appreciate that. All right, so I think for the moment we're good with everything. I hate last minute bullshit. All right. One last thing I need to click, and we are
Tickety boo.
tickety boo. There we go. Oh, so, haha. Hello everyone. Welcome to episode 46 of Pariahs, the cursed episode.
Ablimsteel.
Wow.
Still in here? Yeah, he is in here.
He is.
Fuck yourself, shit.
It's because he's got a Bluetooth headset, that's why. Well, yeah, it's no good for gaming.
Yeah.
Lucius, save me.
Yes.
What happened last time on Pariahs?
Save me. Last time on Pariahs, lots of stuff happened. We started off going back to the Piker, which was nice. It wasn't really, it was the Piker. Place to shit
Sure.
And the place we visited was more so, as there was poo everywhere. I assume, as Desmond had to power wash the basement down with a hose. As we went back to see Killian and our, well, Vanya's little experiment. We should have maybe collapsed that exit into the basement, as 9 out of the 10 that got experimented on fucking did a runner. So we don't know how it went. However, the one that did survive is Tickety Boo. Sort of. As I'm pretty sure we started, Vanya started another cult.
She's got a talent.
She needs to cultivate it.
She will mold it. Grow it.
Hate
Nurture it.
everything about that. Get the fuck out of here.
Sorry, Lucius, please continue.
No, I'm upset now. Right. And after that, well, we got some information. Handed over a big chunk of change, much to Garrett's dismay, as he's handed too much fucking money out in the past. And he still owed money back, motherfuckers. Are they in here? Yeah, you know who you are.
Your emotions are all over the place today.
Yeah. well, we got delayed, and now I'm all comfortable. See, it's 27 minutes later than it should be.
Yeah.
It should be into the meat of it now, but I'm not. But anyway, we got some more information to go find, well, a general direction to go find the Iron Hands group. And using Desmond as our human flagpole. Yeah, we'll go with flagpole.
Yeah.
Yeah. We garnered their attention. Well, actually, Desmond did a lot of that. Actually, it was the Desmond show for half of last session.
It was pretty good.
And I enjoyed every minute. I was like, yeah, whatever Desmond said, yeah. It was good. And they took us to their leader, and it was tense. A little bit tense, but we agreed to put her and her lover in a room and it starts stuff out. 2 of her lieutenants seem to have disagreed with that. We don't know what they said, but through body language, we could tell that they didn't like this. So yeah. So that's another thing to do. We should just kill them all. Honestly, fuck them.
It would have been easy.
I mean, I wanted to.
Yeah. It's all right. We'll kill the people that we want to kill, and then everybody else will fall in line. So, yeah. And then back to the folly, because we're like, okay, Cool. We've got to wait till midnight before we meet back up with Killian and go see our little smuggling group, pay off some debts, and maybe set up some more stuff. Because, you know, we don't want the bad shit. What else did they smuggle? Please and thank you. But yeah, when we got back, Falco was like, "Ha! The barrels are here! Yay! All of the drugs. Not all of the drugs. No, bad Falco. Falco did bad. Should check the barrels. On the upside, we have 20 full barrels of bone meal.
Yeah.
Which came on a cart from the west of the Piker district, I do believe.
It did.
It did. And I do believe I know where the bone meal came from.
Ah, convenient.
Huh. It turns out you need bones for that.
Funnily enough, you're not wrong.
And I think we ended just before we went back to go see Killian.
You did. So, with that, let's dive in, shall we? And get this show on the road. With you all... Well, before I bring us back into the Piker district, I believe you went back to the Folly. You've had a little bit of downtime. Is there anything anyone would have done either in the morning or is there anything, you know, are you all heading back to Killian or are you going your separate ways?
Timeline clarification question.
Fire away.
How about how much time do we have after we got back? I thought we had to be there. It was like 10, 12 hours?
Yeah, so you would have you'd have to be back for the meet with the Silent Road at midnight or just after midnight. So you would have had you know, a good 8-10 hours to get anything done that you needed.
And then Reza does have an errand, but anyone else can go first.
Just whoever wants to go, but while Reza is running her errand, Vanya is going to sneak into Reza's room.
All right. So, we will bring up the Folly. Here on the top floor of the Baron's Folly, a shadow begins to creep across the floorboards. Vanya.
Yes.
As you begin to creep down the corridor, glance around, no one in sight. Take this moment to steady yourself and make your way towards Reza's door. Roll me an investigation check.
Right. Let me see if I can find my screen here.
Holy shit. You spot everything. So, with you glancing over the door, and as mentioned, I believe 3-4 episodes ago, Reza's door consists of about 15 locks. You see, top to bottom, a multitude of keyholes on the door.
Is Okay, I can't. I have to be able to see with that, I think. would you allow me to slip the mage hand under the door?
Do you know what? That's the whole point of Mage Hand. Let me double check. Yeah. Yep. What happens? How does this look?
So it's going to take her a little bit because, trial and error with are all these locks a little bit different or are they the
they're
same?
all no, they're all different. Every lock's different. It's
Okay. So
yeah.
she's going to
these locks were made alongside Garrett and Reza. So each one would be a incredibly intricate piece of locking mechanism.
All right. So it's going to take her a while and she's going to have that look of determination on her face, kind of teeth biting the tongue. Until she hears like certain clicks and sounds that she feels like that first lock is unlocked before she kind of moves on to the second.
I'm gonna ask for a sleight of hand check first. This is high level shit. A 19 will do it.
Yeah.
Roll me a 1d4. All right. So you managed to quickly, well, not so much quickly. This is something that would take a considerable amount of time, considering it's not your forte, along with each lock being completely different. But you do manage to break, well, not so much break, but unlock the first few doors, squeezing the mage hand in and manipulating it around so that it knocks some of the pins up. You going to carry on?
She's going to carry on.
So what I will say is, if Vanya is not interrupted, she would eventually get in just through the sheer amount of time spent doing this, she would eventually get in. Roll me a quick twist of fate, Vanya, to see whether or not it's an hour or 2 hours it takes you to unlock all of these. All right, an hour.
Nice.
I don't know how you managed to do it, but you spend the next sort of hour going through every single lock on Reza's door before eventually the last lock clicks open.
She's going to slowly open the door and peer inside before she enters to see if she sees any traps or...
roll me a perception check. So as you creak the door open and peer around, the first things that will get your attention would be Reza's bed just off to the corner, neatly made. There isn't a single crease whatsoever on the sheets. Just to the side of that, a large wardrobe. At the base of the bed, you would notice a small footlocker, a trunk. And then last but not least, the other thing that would probably catch your eye in this room would be a wooden bow stand.
All right.
Nothing seems to catch your eye in regards to traps, though.
So Vanya's going to enter the room, and the first thing that she's going to go to is the footlocker, because her objective is she's going to find that notebook that Reza has been carrying around.
All right. You tiptoe through Reza's room, drop close to the trunk. with a bit of a heave, try and lift the lid and again find this too is locked. Reza is incredibly secretive.
Oh, this is going to come back to bite me in the ass. She's going to attempt to unlock that.
All right, roll me a sleight of hand check again. This lock seems to be a little bit more complex. To the point where you've seen something like this before. And the last time you tried to get into Garrett's desk and failed. It's a very similar lock.
She is now going to take out her crowbar.
Okay.
And try to pry it open.
Roll me an athletics check. Anything but a crit 1, I would say. So you jam the crowbar into the side of the trunk. The first heave doesn't pop it, and for a moment you begin to jump up and down, leveraging your body weight before eventually, with a loud crack, the hinges split the wood beneath it, and this crack begins to run around the side of the trunk before eventually propping open enough for you to reach a hand inside.
Now, she's just gonna feel around for something that feels like the same size of the book, because she wants Reza to have her privacy. But since this book is about her, she feels like this is warranted. But she'll leave everything else alone.
So with a hand in the chest, you begin to ferret around. You feel first some like a bundle of cloth of linen. Again, not what you were looking for. As your arm digs deeper into the trunk and begins to grasp, you see, well, not see, but you would feel what can only be described really as small wooden objects. And then last but not least, the other thing in there would be like a scroll of parchment.
But no book.
No book.
She's going to take her hand out. And kind of sigh. Because she's been at this for a while.
Yeah.
So then she's going to feel under the mattress and her pillow.
You would find nothing under the pillow. Eventually, as you lift up the mattress slightly and glide a hand underneath it, there is a piece of paper there.
But it doesn't feel like a book to Vanya.
No, just a piece of parchment.
So she's not going to pull that out.
Okay.
Because that's not what she's going for. Now she's going to go to the wardrobe and search it.
As you fling open the doors, there's the several outfits are lined up. One's that Reza has recently bought, disguises and a few other dresses that she's been slowly mending over the last few days. A few sets of leggings, trousers, skirts, a nice pair of shoes. But again, no book.
Vanya's going to examine some of the mended dresses that she's been working on. She's gonna kind of look at him. Like, she's with practice, she's getting a little better. Not great. And one of the sleeves wasn't quite sewn together perfectly, so Vanya is going to sew it up for her really quick.
As you sit on the bed for a moment and begin to pull out needle and thread and stitch up the tear in the sleeve, you kind of notice that, compared to your usual standard, how your room is, it's, nothing in here is really, it's neat, tidy, but not like you would do it. That there may be like the odd bit of dust in the corner, and while the clothes are hung up or hung up in the wardrobe, they've not been put there neatly. They've kind of just been thrown on a hanger and tossed in.
Well, she can't stand for that, so she's gonna do what she does in her closet. And, she's going to sort them by how she feels that they would make Reza feel. The happiest one being the first one. And then spacing them with like 3 fingertips apart for each one and kind of straightening them on a hanger.
Not much more I can say. This is all on you, Vanya.
She proceeds to really make her bed where there is crisp lines. The edges are just like a nice folded present at the end. And then she's gonna dust the cobwebs, and then she's gonna write a note to leave on her bed that says, "In every challenge lies a chance to discover your strength." And then she's gonna leave the room and again get the mage hand to do all the locks back to where they're locked.
It's as you're doing this, you begin to hear a bit of a loud ruckus from downstairs. You're back outside in the hallway. Your mage hand going to town on knocking all the pins back into a locked position as Falco appears just down the hallway from you. How would you look as this is as you're trying to lock the door, Vanya?
She is crouched down, in kind of like a squat position with her hand under the door, kind of making movements with her arm like she's moving the mage hand while crouched down.
Falco gets to the hallway, looks down, sees you. Vanya, you've not seen a gangly looking pale bastard with a black coat and a weird hat by chance, have you?
Are you talking about my bell?
No, I'm looking for a man by the name of Lysander. Like a doctor. Looks like a working zombie, skeleton pale, a bit of a freakish demeanor to him. I'm not going to ask what the fuck you're doing, by the way, because I saw nothing. I saw nothing.
Well, I can tell you I've been here for well over an hour and I haven't seen anyone.
All right. I know I said I didn't see. I've got to ask. What do you do? No, you know what? All right, Joe. Yeah, hey, thanks, Vanya. Yeah.
Wait, before you go,
yeah.
have you seen that book that Rez has been writing in? Do you know where it's at? I probably should have came and found you and asked you first before I went in there and looked.
And I would imagine that she's probably got it with her. I don't know. I didn't know, she writing a novel, a bit of a story. I mean, it's not bad to have a hobby, I guess.
I'm pretty certain it involves me.
Aye, all right. If you say so. Hey, have you got a book by any chance on you that I could borrow?
Oh, like a blank book, or like a book that has like positive things in it?
No, I mean, if you got a blank one, that'd be, I've got a few in the office in the storehouse, but I've if you've got one on you now, it'd make my life a bit easier rather than having to dash back over there.
Well, I have some paper, if that would work.
Oh, that'll do. Oh, yeah. Falco approaches you from at the end of the hallway.
She hands it to him.
No. He takes it, nods, pulls a charcoal pencil from a pouch at his waist, and... All right, cheers for that, Vanya. I appreciate it. Vanya, that's the... Cool, all right. I'll see you in a bit.
Wait, what are you writing?
He rolls the paper up, tucks it into his belt, sticks the pencil behind his ear, and waves as he turns to walk away.
Vanya's just gonna watch him. And she's thinking, how am I gonna see what's on that paper now?
As he gets to the end of the hallway, before heading towards the stairwell down, he turns back, stares you dead in the eyes, takes the paper out, pulls a pencil from behind his ear, scribbles something down on the paper again, smirks, rolls the paper up, puts it back, pencil back, heads downstairs.
And he just hears Vanya yell, "Oh, come on!" Vanya being just like, that kind of sent her over the edge, because she was like, well, she didn't find anything in Reza's room, and now other people are keeping notes, and she has no idea what's going on, so she's just gonna stomp out of the folly and head to the Red Cross.
Oh, love it. So as Vanya's currently in the process of making her way across lower streets, anybody else want to dive in with anything quick?
I guess
No, I'm good.
I could go next.
Up to you guys.
Seeing as how I was just the victim of a burglary.
You go.
Nothing got taken.
Right, Reza, then Garrett. Go on, Reza.
Reza left early in the morning to go and visit the society.
Oh, shit. Alright. It's been a while.
She's specifically looking for the coroner.
So, with a quick jaunt across town, Market Row, to the society, you knock on the door, and as expected, the door swings open, allowing you entry. In the dark confines of the society's chambers, you begin to stride over towards the large door to the coroner's room. With a quick rap, whispered words in the air begin to open the door, allowing you to step inside. As you step over the threshold into the coroner's room, the temperature noticeably, even for one such as yourself, would drop. This room feels unnatural. There's power in the air that pricks your skin, and almost feels like in here that your soul is being drawn towards a small obelisk in the center of the room. And you glance around, you see the withered, hunched over form of the coroner stood at a small pulpit just off to the side, poring over a tome. Without even looking up, the coroner raises a hand.
Been a while, visitor.
It has. I hope I'm not interrupting.
That depends on your business. Normally, you stay clear of this place, so...
And with that, he closes the book, turns around, the faded eyes glance over your Reza before he begins to shuffle down the stairwell towards you.
Interested that I am, so... speak.
Power. Not to take it from another creature.
Power to... Need more than that. There are many ways for power to be taken.
I'm sure you've heard of the creature that hangs above the Cornelian Gate.
A flash of recognition crosses over the coroner's features as he slowly nods.
I see. I darkened. Is this the path that you wish to take?
I am honestly not sure, but... power like that could be useful.
Useful, yes. Yes, but also dangerous. You may garner the gaze of those elsewhere. Are you prepared for the consequences of that?
Reza looks thoughtful for a moment. It's entirely possible I've already garnered attention. But you make a fair point. I'm nothing to them.
Not now. No, but...
And he motions a finger towards the ceiling, in gesture towards the creature above the gate.
But with that, perhaps you would become something that, well, they could not ignore.
How have you avoided notice down here for so long, if you don't mind me asking?
He motions a skeletal hand towards a stone table off to the side with two chairs.
Sit.
She nods and takes a seat at the table.
Coroner shuffles over and lowers himself down onto one of the stools.
There are many ways. This place, example, various seals, spells cast. moons ago. As for experiments and so forth, well, I believe the expression is how would the nurse put this? You do not shit on your own doorstep, no. And from what I hear and see, you are following in the same footsteps. Hmm?
Try to, yeah.
If you garnered this power, what are your goals?
Reza kind of sits back in the chair and looks at the coroner. And that is an interesting question.
I will give you the knowledge you seek, but
He leans forward towards you, Reza. His eyes scowl slightly.
I need to make sure that you are not reckless, that you bring unwanted attention. The creature you seek is not but a stone's throw from this sanctum. It could cause problems for us here.
Well, my goals are twofold. To protect the folly and the people in it. And the other, I don't want to talk about yet. But you raise an interesting point. Last thing we want is another Inquisitor here.
I have invested far too much in this sanctum. I do not care nor wish to have to relocate, and I dare say that the others here feel the same. So, as for your answer, if you cannot be honest and tell me, then I have little reason to assist in this ill-advised plan.
I knew I was right to come and speak to you about this first. Perhaps then I should turn my attention to a different form of the arts you practice. Would you be able to teach me how to protect our place with the same sorts of things you've mentioned here?
Interesting. Very well. It would be intriguing for a second pupil.
The coroner rises from the table, makes his way towards a bookshelf off to the side of the room, and takes I would say a relatively small tome, quite old, but dusting the cover off, he flattens the palm of his hand and the book begins to levitate through the air before resting on the table in front of you, Reza.
Before anything, you need to understand the old tongue. The tongue of the dead, the damned. That is your first task. Read, understand, and comprehend. Once that is done, well, then we may begin. Cypher will know the contents. He can assist should you need it. I have no use for those who cannot cross the first hurdle.
That's fair. And Reza kind of pulls the book closer towards her and takes a look at it closely.
Roll me a investigation check.
I'm guessing it's like Abyssal for Dummies.
Pretty much, yes. As you look over the contents, quickly flick through it, yeah, you understand nothing. The writing is nothing that you've... you may have come across it once or twice with Cypher, if he's written anything. But yeah, it's at this moment in time, you can't comprehend it.
Well, I will take this as my first lesson and do my best to prove myself an apt pupil.
Interesting. Very interesting. Amused.
And if I can't? Well, if I cannot, the more entertainment there is for you, so it is win-win, is it not?
No. If you comprehend and understand, that is when the entertainment begins.
Indeed. Thank you.
He
She
waves a
taps-
dismissive hand in your direction at the the comment.
So she takes that as like a general dismissal from his presence, so she'll tuck the book into a pocket somewhere and get up and take her leave.
I didn't see that coming. Is there any information that you wish to learn about the coroner or the chamber or anything while you're here, or are you good?
Has that stone been tugging at her soul the whole time?
Absolutely. Yeah. Roll me a quick Arcana check. Actually,
Jeez.
roll me a history check with advantage.
Oh, okay.
It is a incredibly familiar pull. You have felt it once before, many years ago. Many years ago.
So as she gets to the door, she stops and turns before she opens it. Is it really safe to have that thing here? I know where the original is.
Coroner from what you gather, offers a somewhat of a smile, perhaps even a smirk.
It is safe. Those who are the architects know how these things are constructed. And I have had many years of practice. Now, no more questions. Go.
She nods and leaves.
As you depart the coroner's chamber, the doors are pulled back in on themselves. You catch the last glimpse of the coroner as he turns his back to the door and begins to shuffle back to the pulpit at the far end of the room and flicks open the incredibly ancient large tome he was previously studying.
So, just to make sure I understood from what he said, did he kind of imply that he made that obelisk, or that he found it and he knows how to maintain it?
Yes.
Beautiful. That's Reza done. She'll probably make her way back to the Folly, like pretty slowly, walking through Market Row, you know, picking up a few odds and ends here or there that they'd need for the Folly, seeing if there's any decent looking food to bring to Francis, that kind of thing.
Anything better than snail?
Seriously.
All right, so with you making your way back, Garrett, we shall head over to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's hardly as exciting as what Rez has been doing. But I've been in the storehouse across the compound from the Folly itself.
All right. Let me get rid of Falco.
And I've been knocking together some old off-cut wood into some sort of troughs.
All right.
Which I've then half filled with earth dug from around the tree where Cypher's swing is.
Okay. Just for my own benefit, roll me a quick woodworker's tools. I want to see if this is just, something that you've put together, as you said, something cobbled, or whether or not, in the eyes of everyone else, this thing's a fucking work of art.
Okay.
Because Garrett's cobbled together and everyone else is cobbled together are two different things.
Yeah. Tinker's tools. I use Tinker's tools because it's the same.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's all good. Garrett, your cobbled together is not just cobbled together. What is it?
Okay. I've built a plant growing situation almost as good as hydroponics. And in this majestic plant pot.
Nicely sculpted, it's got like wooden leaves engraved into the side of it. Floral accents everywhere.
Chased black thorns going around the edges. Just keep the aesthetic going. I've half filled it with dirt and half filled it with bone meal because we've got a fair bit of that kicking around for some reason.
Who knows why, but yes, there's a lot of it.
And in this, I've planted the seeds that Francis has saved for me from his herb packets.
Okay.
It's very expensive, very small herb packets. And then with oh hello, hang on, hold.
It's all good.
With a few liberal doses of Druidcraft over this, the first shoots of some herb bushes have started to grow.
Oh, I can already see it. Baron's Folly is going to be a 5-star restaurant in the middle of a shithole.
Mm-hmm. Well, if our food tastes better than everyone else's food, we're going to sell more food.
Yeah.
And then, once it gets out, I can start selling the herbs for money.
Fucking hell. Roll me a quick nature check. Fucking hell. So, whilst you're doing this, you know, the you start it almost just as a, not so much a hobby project, but as a quick experiment to see just how well, you know, this operation could be. And as soon as you begin to radiate the Fey magic into the soil, the shoots again spring up in rapid succession from the various pots. You get the impression that that bone meal has got quite a fair bit of different ingredients ground up. This is not just, you know, your usual animal bone that's been ground down, or you know, it's there is some latent magical properties of, you know, potentially some of the creatures that have been put into this bone meal.
Mm-hmm.
Which of course, you know, invigorates the growth of the shoots even further, to the point where, you know, it's not just shoots. You have giant, you know, 2 feet wide bushes just erupt in front of you.
And this, I just look at my hands and I'm like, am I a druid? And I try a wild shape. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. In fact, 2 cat ear. No, I'm not. All right. So with that, yeah, it seems to be a roaring success. You have, you know, a plethora of herbal bushels sprout from these finely crafted pots in front of you, Garrett.
Well, that went better than I expected, and I take a few cuttings and handfuls, tie them together with string, and stroll over to the Baron's Folly kitchen looking for Francis.
All right. In the Folly, as you cross over the alley into the kitchen, Francis is in his usual position, stood by the large open fire, poking it with a big iron stick, and he notices the door open.
Well, hello, Francis, and I have something for you.
All right, go on. Well, I'm gonna love you well if you want. He dips the ladle into a pot, takes out a large scoop of snail meat, and offers it in your direction.
Maybe later, but maybe you'd like to season it with some of this. And I pull out the 2 bunches of herbs.
You don't tend to see Francis's eyes that often. due to how droopy his brow is. Usually, you just see little pinpricks as he squints at everyone, but this is probably one of the rare times that his eyes indeed go wide. His jaw drops. He grabs the bushel out of your hand, sticks it to his nose.
Francis is half-mast.
Half? He's full.
I mean, this is pretty good. This is really good. Where did you get this from? Is there any more? I need it.
And as he's saying this, Garrett, he's getting closer and closer to the point where when he says, "Have you got any more?" is probably about 3 inches from your face.
I lean down and whisper into his ear, "I can supply you with all you'll ever need."
God damn it.
He's never sounded so French in his life.
He does a complete 180. Grabs a handful of the herbs, smashes it into the cauldron in the kitchen, grabs a ladle, and just begins to stir like an absolute madman. At this point, Garrett, he ignores you. His eyes are laser focused on the fire. You see him every now and again just quickly lean down, throw another log into the fire to keep it burning. And at one point he takes one of the burning logs out.
No, that's too much heat. That'll spoil the flavour.
He just goes into an absolute manic trance. These fresh herbs are an absolute, again, freshness of this quality at least, an absolute rarity. And for someone like Francis, who's probably never seen anything like this, he's on fire.
He's gone full Gordon Ramsay.
He's gone, yeah. In fact, now you said that, his mannerisms are going to change. As soon as he takes a sip out of this magical soup, that'll be it,
This is how he becomes Francaise.
Francois.
France, jeg kan holde ned Francois. No. Would you like some soup?
Oh, dear. Yeah, that was a definite roaring success, Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, within a few minutes, the smell permeating from the kitchen is night and day compared to what it was before. The fresh herbs adding a incredibly pleasant aroma to the entire tavern, and you begin to hear just from the back rooms or the main area, the sound of raised voices of, "Hey, what's that? Is that mad best in the kitchen cook? That smells fucking tasty, that does. Hey, barkeep, I'll have whatever's going out of there." Anything further, Garrett?
No, I'm just gonna sit at the back of the folly and watch how the diners take the food.
Watch the coin roll in.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Rosa comes back with the few paltry food items she's picked up from Market Row, thinking she did an amazing job at getting like 2-day-old vegetables. And there's this fucking shit. And she just looks at Garrett's smug face like, "You really had to one-up me today. Really?"
I mean, vegetables are always useful. All I supplied was a little seasoning.
She just kind of harumphs and walks into the kitchen to give Francis the like 5 not quite rotten vegetables she picked up.
As you step into the kitchen, Reza, like a man possessed is on the soup cauldron. He quickly whips his head around, looks at you.
Well, what you got?
Vegetables.
his eyes dart down to the vegetables, sees, the bits of mold and the odd bit of moss growing on them. And he just goes, ugh, before turning his attention back to the cauldron.
Oh, now you have standards. All right. So she just like throws it onto the counter and leaves.
Oh. With that, I'm going to call a quick pee break and refill a clock since we're on the hour. I need it before I pee myself. Ah, no, dear me. Well played. Well played. Yeah, if you want to, if you've got any questions about the old tome, Cypher's your boy for that one.
Mm-hmm.
So I will be but a moment. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Thank you. Oh. Masterclass on how to cook slabs of snail meat. I mean, you're not wrong, Steele. You're not wrong. Oh, is the unp command not working? God damn it. Alright. Last glass. No more tonight after this. Because I may have gone a little hard last night on the rum.
Did you? Oh, well, I hadn't noticed.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, I did.
That's strange.
I did. It was a full bottle. By the end of the session, it was below half. So,
Ooh,
yeah,
it is a good night.
I'd not had any Pirate's Grog in a while, and I really enjoyed it last night. Really enjoyed it.
We didn't notice.
No, if I was sober, Durs, you'd have been dead. With me as a DM, it's reversed. Go on, Lucius.
No, I was just going to say, yeah. From what we were told, yeah, you got lucky.
All right, are we all good?
Yeah.
So with that then, before I jump back over to Lady in Red, Desmond, Cypher, is anything in particular you two wish to do?
No, Cypher's literally been in his little study area, just writing in a rather large tome all day, like since they got back. He hasn't stopped.
Desmond's not doing anything notable, really, in the time.
Okay. In that case, then, outside the Folly, down the main street, on the border between Lower Streets and Market Row, we find Vanya.
Oh, can I bring Belle with me?
Wasn't he left, or I thought he was left in
No.
the district?
I instructed him to go back to the Folly.
Yeah, he had a letter and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Let me. Oh, that's a good one. I've got to get his portrait out. While I do that, Vanya, what are you doing? What's happening in the area in Lower Streets?
So she has, Belle is her new follower now. He absolutely adores her. And what was the name that we came up with? It's Happy Chaps for him, but Happy Healer. Is that right, Garrett?
Mm-hmm.
Vanya is known as the Happy Healer now. And so what also happened was she was hoping that Killian would be her dispenser of the antidote
Happy
to
juice.
the drugs. To what?
Happy juice.
Happy juice. Yes. The dispenser of the happy juice. But he put his hands up and said, "That's too much for me. I can't do that. Too much for one person would stress him out. And, we don't need that to be his first encounter with us." So Vanya has set out with Belle to request the help of her Red Cross individuals. And these individuals are ones that, they help the sick, they help the unfortunate, those that have faced adversity from their house burning down because of Reza.
Wow, that was some shade. That was shadier than shade.
So, I'm going to change his portrait up a little bit, because the last one was, something that I just threw together at the time. I found a much more apt portrait for Belle.
I'm excited.
Look at that handsome bastard. Well, there's a face behind that conch.
That's a beak.
His nose is grown.
So this is now much better than the other one. The other one was a little bit nondescript because I wasn't expecting him to be a fully fledged NPC. So,
No, kill him, Desmond.
Let me add this into the old thing for me. All right. So as you are walking down the streets, Belle close behind. What are we doing? This is a nice district, my lady. It's a beautiful district compared to Barker. So, what are we looking for again?
Well, you know how I've changed your world for the better, right?
Oh, absolutely. Like a ray of sunshine has pierced the dark clouds of my heart and shone upon me. Oh, it was beautiful,
That's beautifully put.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to forge your destiny, right, with the courage of a knight and the wisdom of a scholar.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So,
in the kingdom of possibilities, your fate is written by the choices you make.
So proud of you, Belle. This is what I have been trying to do all along. This is what I live for, is to transform individuals into seeing the brighter side, just like what you have just vocally stated to me. So we are going to change everyone in the Baga district that was on that drug that you were on. The Obsidian Veil.
Oh, we've got to stay focused on on the goal of bringing happiness, haven't we?
Because
Exactly.
with dedication comes greatness.
Exactly.
Like
And-
you, milady. Great, verdant and bright in the darkest of days.
And in the face of adversity, we find strength in challenges and discover opportunity. Isn't that right, Bill?
It is absolutely right, my lady. Absolutely right. Your words.
Get everything about this.
Your words is my command.
We have to chase our passions relentlessly. And we have to hold true to our key purposes, right? That's what we're
Yeah.
doing, Bill.
That's it. The seeds of success lie within your determination to keep growing and growing. Upwards and onwards.
And if we have setbacks,
Which we won't,
well, if we do,
but
we
we
find
won't.
a setup for a comeback.
So as this conversation's going back and forth, you're making your way down lower streets until you eventually see, just at one of the corners, a small handcart. In said handcart, there are a pile of about 4 or 5 dead individuals, with 3 women in black robes, a sort of peaked hat with then red felt over the top of the hat and a single stripe down the front of their frocks.
Hello? Hello, my friends.
One of the ladies turns her attention towards you, Vanya, and a look of recognition crosses all of those gathered's face. Ah, it is you. It has been so long. They kneel down towards you, Vanya, as you approach.
Oh, get up. And she's just kind of like flustered a little bit, but loving it. She's like, you're gonna get your frocks dirty.
This is nothing compared to what we have... and the lead woman stands up and motions towards this cart of dead bodies.
You know, we can't win them all, right?
No, of course. This, sadly, these here have passed into the, well, great beyond. And we are here to offer them their final rites. And you just hear, another woman from the night. All right, any more of them who are dead? Bring them out. We will cart them away into a land of happiness and brightness, far from the dull, dreary exterior of this forsaken city. Yes, of course.
Well, you all should, embrace this journey. For, within each struggle lies a lesson, right?
That it does. Your words are. Huh. Now we of the Crimson Cross are glad to see you again, our most beneficent benefactor. Pray tell, where have you been for the last few weeks? We have seen naught hide nor hair of you, and, well, it is difficult continuing with such arduous work.
Well, I'm sure you all have been doing an amazing job here, but I have taken on a new project that, and of course you know me, I am passionate about making a positive impact in the world, and, particularly in the area of healing the mind to do better. And, I've been admiring your commitment to cleansing and healing this district, and I'm truly impressed by the momentum you've all had here.
Your
So-
words bless us. We are not worthy of such. Just there is a lot that afflicts this district. There's a lot of darkness in the hearts of the people here, and well, we are here to remove it at your beck and call, your behest.
Yes, and I feel
That's right. That is right. Sorry, milady. Sorry.
That's okay, Bill. I know you get excited. This is good. We all need this excitement and passion, and so I'm thinking, when we go to a more expansive scale of helping others, I've had a recent idea for mending the ill in the Pika district, and we do that, which will ultimately help us here. And I believe it aligns with the mission of where we are going with the Red Cross.
The Crimson
it could be
Cross.
a valuable. Sorry, the
Cross.
Crimson Cross. Yes.
Yes, the red was far too bloodthirsty for us. We and the sisters gathered, decided the Crimson Cross would be more, well, it gives a, how to put it into words. The Crimson Court who rule over us all are seen as gods, lording over all within this city, and therefore we as the Crimson Cross will lord over the darkness and the pain and the suffering of this place.
I love it. I love the new name. And I believe that focus and that mission of our Crimson Cross could be a valuable contribution to mending the ill in the Pika district, and could be your new objective. So, I like to tell myself the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And even the smallest act of caring can transform a person's day.
Belle leans around you. You're like, yeah, you let your actions speak volumes about your unwavering commitment.
Speak it, Bill.
That's Belle. Belle. You, milady. Belle.
Did I not say Bill?
Yeah, Belle, not Bill. That's like a duck's bill. Am I?
Bill.
Oh.
Bill.
Oh, you know what? In every setback, as you said, find a setup for a comeback.
That's right.
I hate this.
We only grow stronger from the lessons that we learn, right?
That we do. And the Crimson Cross lady also. Yeah, of course, this is. How did I not see? The words that you emit are naught but just world shattering. Others must hear this, must be enlightened. Yes.
Yes. And that's what we're going to set out to do in the Pika district. So they have been ill for far too long on the strug, and we have the remedy for them, but to also change their lives and to set them on the right path. Isn't that right, Bill?
Absolutely, milady, you preach it.
And I need the Crimson Cross's assistance in setting them on the right path.
The three. What would we call them? What would be? They're not really nurses.
Lunatics.
Sisters.
Yeah, let's go with sisters. It sounds better than cultists.
The happy sisters.
All right. The three happy sisters bow their head in reverence towards you, Vanya, and understanding.
Now she's gonna turn to Bill. To Bell.
You were right the first time. It's not
To
Bill.
Bell. Okay.
Yeah. It's an E, not an I. But
Okay.
Carry on. It's all good. Don't you worry about it.
And she's gonna say, "Are you ready to unlock some amazing benefits in this project?"
I am. Go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. That one.
That just sounded like a pyramid scheme pitch if I ever heard one.
It's funny you should say that.
She wasn't on earlier, was she?
No.
Are you ready to unlock some amazing benefits with this project?
I am at your beck and call, milady. At your beck and call.
I have something for you today to make a commitment to your happy healer, and you'll not only secure your deepest desire, where it is, whether it's to be happy, successful, have a stronger heart, or becoming handsome to experience love for the first time. But you'll also gain exclusive access to my unending coaching and motivational inspiration when needed. Now, these perks, like the intense desire to make a positive change in the world, are designed to make your experience even more rewarding. So don't miss out on this. I'm giving you this opportunity.
I will not let you down, milady. I will not let you down.
You're gonna enjoy all of these advantages, I promise you. So, here's how it works. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I am ready. And not just Belle, but the three sisters are also nodding along beside him.
Oh, and you, my happy sisters, are also welcome to partake in this as well. So, here's how it works. With each individual you bring back to me willing to commit to a life of positivity, they must also sign this contract as well, will only make your benefits stronger. So, what do you say?
Roll me a persuasion check. So, Belle at this point is like, okay, guys, absolutely, milady, I'd be happy. Yeah, anything you put, anything, I will say. The three sisters, on the other hand, are looking at you with slightly arched brows. I see, but how? The lead sister, who introduces her name as Susanna. Forgive me, Your Grace, but I'm not sure I follow. Why this contract helps those how exactly?
Well, if there's something you desire, like I said before, it could be
to purge the
beauty.
streets of disease and the riddled, to make sure that those who remain here are all safe, happy, and healthy.
I could give you hands when you touch someone to transform them.
The three sisters look at each other with wide eyes. Oh, yes, that would be amazing. Are you a seraph, an angel that has been sent before us?
I am just a noble, happy healer And as we continue to grow our operation, we'll all become stronger. We'll draw off of one another to heal the districts.
At this, all 4 of them are well and truly sold on this idea, for better or for worse. So, where do we begin, milady? Where do we begin?
Well, let me give you these contracts. And she hands them to him.
With the parchment handed out, I would imagine that these are finally crafted on magical paper. Mm-hmm. Oh no. All 4 of them with... In fact, how are they signing it, Vanya? That's the question.
Hold on, I gotta remember how they're supposed to do that. It's so I have a special ink that I give them with a pen, and I say, just dab ever so gently in here to get some ink. And right there is where you need to write.
All right. So, with the parchment in hand, this inkwell that you offered to them, and a rather ominous-looking quilled feather. One by one, they all sign their names individually on the contracts, and with wide grins, offer them back to you. Yeah, there you go, my lady. It's yes, I believe that's the signature. Yes, and ours too, our lady.
Thank you. Now remember, perks come along with it. So if you ever need some mentoring or some wisdom bestowed upon you, never hesitate. You know where I'm at.
Of course. Thank you, my lady. So, with that, I dare say, is it time that we be off, my lady?
Yes, we must return, and then you and I will work through the details, and I'll need you to come back and direct the Happy Sisters on where they need to go, and you will help them lead the operations in the
Susanna
district.
Steps up. Fear not. When Belle here comes to give us the orders, they will be carried out, and I will personally make sure they are passed to all other sisters in the district. We will mobilize when required, my lady.
Thank you.
So with Vanya and Belle turning to depart, the 3 sisters at this point turn back to the cart. First one lifts up the handles and begins to wheel it down the street as the second sister grabs a torch. Lights a torch from one of the nearby lanterns. Susanna looks briefly over the pile of corpses where a single hand slowly starts to stretch out towards her with a somewhat grasp. Huh? I'm not supposed to be here. I'll get better. I'll get better, I swear. I promise I'll get better. With the lit torch in hand, it goes down to the 5 corpses on this wagon as all of them combust. The 3 Happy Sisters begin to continue their walk down the street with this flaming wagon of dead bodies. Susanna at the front. Are there any more who require aid? Any more who passed? We will happily remove them, dispose of them for you, so that their corruption does not spread. No longer will there be disease in this district. And with that,
You hear Vanya.
you're on.
You hear Vanya yell at them as they're walking away. Believe in the magic of your journey. Even the smallest spark can ignite a mighty flame.
She would know.
So good. So good. So, with Vanya and Belle returning to the folly, Belle darts off to attend to a few matters, leaving you all now, with not much time to, enough time to get into the Piker district, but probably not enough to do anything further, unless someone's got something burning they wish to bring to my attention.
Just that cart.
Wow.
But there you go, Scob. That's for you.
Much appreciated.
All right. In the folly. Ladies and gentlemen, what's the plan?
Well, I guess it's time to gather up and head on, is it?
You tell me. It's you set the pace now.
Unless anybody has anything burning to do, I guess.
Nope, we've already burned people.
Well then, sounds like we just need to muster ourselves and go take care of Killian's problem, which is kind of our problem as well now.
All my silver. All my silver.
Reza kind of just pats Garrett on the back quietly.
You guys will see Vanya. She is not even paying attention to anything that you guys are saying. She is feeling accomplished. She is beaming in her own world.
And as we're making our way out, I'm just going to shout to Julian. Julian, how much soup did we sell with at lunch?
From behind the bar, Julian cocks his head in the direction of Garrett's call. I dare say that I apologize, Garrett, but I've not had chance to count all of the coin yet. There is a considerable uptick. A lot. More than usual. In fact, and Julian places a hand under the counter and takes out 2 large bags of coin. About this much.
Well, isn't that just marvelous?
He's smiling! Everybody say that! Mark of the day! It happened!
It's sort of scary, actually. I don't think I like it.
Yeah, somebody make it stop. Desmond, tell him to stop it.
Most of it is copper. Most of it is copper.
It's fine. Copper's a good start.
Question for the DM.
Yes.
Is there a bank?
Yes, in the Coinflow district, owned by the Merchant Guild.
But not in this part of town, no?
But not in this part of town, no. No.
Okay.
The nearest bank would be in the Coinflow district. The banks are operated by the Merchant Guild. That is spread across Nova Stoya and beyond. So that's something to think about in the future.
Yep. Hey, Garrett.
Sorry, mate. Did you want me?
What if we were a bank? I've read about them. I've
Oh,
never
you
seen
fucking son of a bitch.
I was gonna go there if he didn't.
one. Yeah, 100%.
A bank?
Yeah, a safe place for businesses. Mainly businesses, because these people are all poor. They ain't got coins to store.
What, for lower streets and the other districts outside of the city proper?
I don't believe any of them have a bank. Not that I know of, anyway.
Desmond's cogs are turning. He's trying to think if he's ever heard of a bank anywhere in Nova Stoya.
Yes, you would, Desmond.
The outlying boroughs, they would not have branches of the bank, would they?
Absolutely fucking not. No.
I did think so.
No. Desmond, that's something I will say that you, if you wish, due to reasons, may be something that you are aware of. Whether or not you know how they work, it's entirely down to you. But considering, your backstory, I would imagine it would be something that is in your wheelhouse.
Okay. Well, I do recall quite some time ago, though, I recall the people that I was around talking about banks and having to do deals with banking, but outside the main city walls, I haven't heard of anything. Basically, the entire time I've been with you know.
What if we do gambling instead?
It's the same thing. Sorry.
It's proposes the banker of the group.
Find me some more information and we'll look into it further when we've finished our current task.
Okay.
In the land of dreams, courage is the currency of heroes. Do you know that, Garrett?
Reza pulls out her notebook.
I'm pretty sure it's gold and silver, actually, but never mind.
Shall we get on? Killian will be weird.
And
Yes,
I just
yes.
have to, I just need to run upstairs and put this other book away. I'll be right back.
That snaps Vanya out of her trance.
Is Belle there with Vanya?
No, Bell's skittered off elsewhere.
Don't you try to kill him.
Yeah, he's dove into sort of back in the direction of Piker for planning purposes. Not that he can plan much. I don't think he's got many brain cells left to rub together, but we'll see.
Desmond, when we get back later, I might have a task for you.
Oh, well. Outside of going and seeing this smith, I don't have much going on, so I'm sure I could take a stab at it.
What a fantastic choice of words. There's some of our contractors. They owe me some money. I'd like you to collect it for me.
Oh no. Oh no.
And whatever you collect, well, that can pay for your armor.
Oh, you have a deal.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no. So my next
Falco
question.
can give you the details.
So my next question is, Scob. One Saturday evening, would you be amenable to appearing in a session?
Yeah. Just let me know just let me know the week, basically
Yeah.
any day except the day of, and maybe even the day of, and I'll make myself available.
Perfect. Oh dear. Garrett, you bastard.
I said to them, don't try and con us.
Dear.
Reza comes back downstairs, very quiet, and just kind of stares at Vanya.
Vanya is just gonna make eye contact back, but not say anything.
Reza's gonna open her book and make another note. Ready!
Well, let us go then.
So, very quickly before we shift out of the folly, Smith, not wrong. Jacko, hey, oh buddy, how are you? And also, Mr. Staven, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome to the fold. All right. With the group now gathered, you begin to set off out of the folly into the dreary streets of Novostoya. Let me get rid of those two. Heading south and eventually reaching the pretty hard divide between lower streets and the Piker district, as the few ruffians that guard the alleys and the main street through it offer you all a respectful nod. What is the plan? Are you just going to head straight towards the old Verdant hideout for Killian, or is there anything else you wish to do?
I think so, yeah, because it's like fucking late at night, right?
Mhm.
It's getting close to midnight.
Pick him up and head to the drop.
All right. As you wind through the narrow alleys of the Piker district, you eventually reach the posse's hideout with a quick rap on the door. Killian unlocks, pops his head around the corner. Oh, hello. Fucking hell, I wish I could say I'm surprised that you're here, but I'm actually pretty glad that you didn't stand me up. We all ready for this?
Why do you seem nervous?
I mean, Killian steps out of the Verdant hideout and locks the door behind him. Let's just say, the roads are a little bit. I don't know. They just put me on edge. It's powerful people, lots of contacts, lots of connections. I don't know. I just don't like meeting them. One wrong word and, well, whole deal goes south, and before you know it, you've got assassins chasing you down the streets. You've got the coin, right?
Oh yes, I have the coin.
Oh, thank fuck for that. In that case, then let's go, shall we? It's a bit of a walk to the old docks, but any questions that you have, I dare say you're probably best to ask them on the way.
Any names of the contacts we're going to meet?
Only one, and that's the lead. Tallish man by the name of Telba. Bit ostentatious. Sort of a purple satin clothing or some other finery that he wears. Sticks out like a sore thumb, but hey, when you're part of the road, you can do that with no concerns or worries.
Interesting.
The rest of the goons, probably hired muscle, but not, not hired muscle like any motions back over his shoulder in the direction you've just come from. Not hired muscle like what we had, like, actual fucking hired muscle. Those who know how to wield a fucking blade.
Professional.
As professional as one can be, coming out of, out of the city proper. So, hardcore mercenaries, they know how to swing a blade. Against you lot, I don't think it'd be too much of an issue. It's just, don't go into it thinking they're like half of these fucking rats in the Piker district.
Well,
And
go ahead, Garrett.
And you say in the past you've ordered additional things like foodstuffs and niceties.
Aye, yeah, the road will get, if you've got coin, the road will get at you. Doesn't matter whether it's legal, illegal, you name it, they can source it. Some things take time, maybe a bit more coin than others, but they never fail to deliver, ever.
Good to know. Good to know.
Reza, you had something?
I don't remember what it was.
God damn it. Alright. As this conversation is going on, you eventually reach the... I say Piker docks. They're not really docks. It's, various wooden jetties that scoot out onto the central river that separates Novostoya. Killian leads you through a cluster of warehouses before eventually reaching a smaller stone boathouse on the river. Alright, this is it. Welcome to the meeting location. Anyone know exactly what time it is?
Can I tell what time it is by looking at the moon?
I don't see no reason why not.
Okay, I'll look at the moon and I'm guessing it's close to midnight.
Your call. You dictate.
Yeah, I'll be like, about 10 minutes to midnight.
That's fucking lovely. So go on.
Sorry, does Ressa recognize this location from her previous business transactions?
Roll me a history check. No, you haven't been to this meeting location before. But
Mostly other side of the river in the forest.
Yes, but
Okay.
it bears the usual hallmarks of a silent road drop location. Small inconspicuous building just off from the main warehouse area. Not much traffic, not much footfall. One thing I would say though, Reza, is that from your dealings in the past, you know that they would more than likely not approach you from the land, that they would come from the water.
Gotcha.
Oh, fucking 10 minutes to me. That's oddly specific. That's really... Like, really? Really? You can tell... you know, alright.
Devin raises the eyebrow on his glass eye and he's just like, yeah.
Fucking hell. Well, in that case, looks like we've got a bit of time to burn, so anything you all want to know?
Do they usually arrive on time?
No. No. They'll normally have someone keep a bit of an eye out. And once it's been confirmed that, you know, we're here, then they usually show up about 10 to 15 minutes later. So, look for someone who's obviously fucking suspicious. And then basically count 10 to 15 after that.
They
Kenny
don't...
shrugs his shoulders. Sorry. Go on, Reza.
If I remember correctly, they don't like surprises either, so we best make ourselves seen. And she sort of meanders down close to the dock or water's edge and leans against whatever like pillar or post might be there, like very casually.
So do you mean we probably need more lights to light up the area where we're at?
No, just position yourselves so they can get a clear count of how many people are here.
Do I need to like stand in a certain way that makes me more visible?
Vanya, I think for this particular occasion, you just need to stand somewhere and be quiet unless you are asked a direct question. And I'm not saying that to be mean, it's just I know these people and I'm not sure how they would feel about your positivity.
So she's gonna post up like right behind Reza, and she's not going to pay much attention other than she's going to be looking Reza up and down to see if she can see where that book is.
I mean, Reza, do you want to make a roll to see whether or not she can perceive where it is, or is this thing?
Well,
if
you recall from when I introduced the book, it's in a holster on her belt, clearly visible.
But is it zipped up? Like, I guess, like, is it an open?
It's like buckled in.
Is it easily accessible?
No, it's she buckles it in, and it's covered in an oilcloth so it doesn't get wet.
And is it in the front or is it in the back?
Her front right hip.
I'm sure there's a joke there.
Right. Okay. I will be getting into your oil sack soon.
Just be prepared for what you find there.
Thanks for saying that while I was having a drink. I appreciate it. So, after a short while, you see further down the river an individual with a torch wave it twice in the direction of the river itself before making his way back into the Piker district. Too far off for you to, gain any details, make out who it was. Just a brief 2 waves of a torch in the darkness before slipping back into the shadows. Following that, another 15 minutes pass before eventually cruising down the water is a 50-foot barge. One that you see no end of times on the rivers and canals of Nova Stoya. It's about 50 feet long, 20 feet wide. Basically like a large canoe. The back part raised up to allow whoever's pushing this oversized gondola clear view of whatever's ahead. On this barge, as it begins to draw closer, are 8 individuals. One piloting the vessel, 6 somewhat heavily armed and armoured folk. As they get closer, you see they are in a mix of chainmail, alongside 2 of them being fully armoured up in plate. Large kite shields slung over their shoulder. And then last but not least, between them all is a gentleman, skin black as night, purple finery, with his hands behind his back. And as the barge begins to get closer, this seems to be Telba, the contact for the Silent Road. At that, Killian looks over you all. Alright. Looks like he's got a few friends with him today, so let's get this over with, shall we?
Yeah, as you're his contact, you'll go first. You'll be needing this, and I hand him the pouch of coins.
Killian offers a thankful nod in response as he takes the the pouch of silver. Alright, so this is what we're going to do. When I'll get my business out of the way, and then I'll drop the old fucking fireball that Erlen's dead, and we won't be needing none of that shite anymore, and then I'll pass him over to you. Good with that?
Sounds like a plan.
As you all begin to array yourself around the pier, this barge bumps up against the wooden buffers before eventually the armed escort to Telba step onto the wooden planks and glance around, gauging, the rough strength of the group arrayed before them. And eventually the man by the name of Telba also steps off the barge onto the pier.
My. That's a rarity. Killian, you have some friends, it would seem. And, not the usual ruffians at that. How interesting.
Good to see you, Telba. Apologies for the slight change in escorts. There's been a few things that I probably want to bring to your attention. But, of course, first, and with that, Killian steps forward, respectfully bows his head towards Telba and offers him the pouch of silver coins. That is the payment for the last delivery, and of course what is to be delivered now. I also regret to inform you that going forward the deliveries are no longer required. I apologise, it's short notice. Telba arches a brow, looks at Killian, and then towards the rest of you all.
Is that so? Well, I'm not usually overly pleased with business changing this rapidly. Just being told that you no longer need things. I'm sure there is a good reason, and judging from the company that you keep, they are perhaps responsible. News travels fast. Very fast. So, first,
Telba hoists the coin pouch in hand, nods before tossing it to one of the soldiers, well, one of the mercenaries behind him.
So no more of the veil. Understood. Shame, considering it was quite the lucrative little arrangement, but... Question, though, if I may, Killian, are the others aware that delivery is no longer required?
Killian wipes his brow. Well, you see, not yet, but I'm sure it won't take them long to figure it out. I'm probably not the best person to give the details here, so if I may, and Killian motions towards the group, these are the new employers. Regrettably, Mr. Erden Leandon is no longer with us, but I feel respectfully that it is not my place to say. But in regards to business done, you have been paid. I apologise for the slight change in business and the rapid nature that it occurred in, but again, condolences. Talbot scratches his chin.
All right. Apology accepted, and I dare say...
Turns his attention to you five.
With you being the new masters of Mr. Killian, I dare say you come bearing either news or an opportunity, yes?
Garrett stands up from his squatting position. Walks forward. Whereas we care not for Vale, we're still in the market for bits and pieces from across the river. Things that you can't get on the western side. Quality foodstuffs, ale, some better liquors. And once we have a working business arrangement, we might have something to go to the other side for Mars.
Interesting. Now, you come straight out with an interesting proposition without first giving your name. I respect that. Straight to business without the bullshit. Fair. Alright. My name is Telba. I assume you know I am of the Silent Road, so... If I may ask, who do I have the pleasure of perhaps doing business with?
Garrett Blackthorn, of the Baron's Folly.
I see. And the rest, if I may question, you all don't seem to be mere mercenaries, guards.
Smart,
And
this one. I like him.
On top of that, there has been interesting news that has come out of the Lower Streets district in regards to those who run the Baron's Folly. Asmund was clever, but not clever enough. You, on the other hand, well, I'm aware there is several who are in the top spot of the folly, but very little information is spread about it. And that, well, that is rare. Interesting, to the point where you know what the fuck you are doing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh no, you're very, very right. We try to keep a lower profile. We prefer our dealings to be done in the dark, as it were. But should you need someone to vouch for us, Asmund knows us very well. He also gave us this, and I pull one of the wooden tokens from my pouch.
All right.
And I just sit on my palm for him to look at.
Telba steps up towards you and takes the wooden token from your hand, holds it up just so some of the torchlight reflects off it.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'll be keeping this one. Consider this the first payment for perhaps future dealings. Yes?
That's fine.
Very well. In that case, then, I wish to know who it is. Mr. Garrett. Sorry, what's the Blackthorn?
Blackthorn.
Garrett Blackthorn. I assume you are the speaker for those gathered?
I am a partner of the crew assembled here.
The management, I see. Well, in that case, please.
And with that, Telva begins to, with his hands behind his back, stroll around the group. First approaching you, Cypher. He gives you a curious glance.
Cypher will just stay back with his one beady eye, give him a far too wide smile and go, Cypher Blackthorn, pleasure.
Looks over you, then looks back to Garrett, back to Cypher.
Very well. Interesting. And,
next, he steps towards you, Reza.
She gives him a nod and she says, Teresa, though some of your associates may have known me of Night Owl when I ran with Silk.
He raises a brow, looks over his shoulder towards his associates, and one of the guards, who is dressed more of a scholarly type, an office. Granted, he's still wearing chainmail, blades at his side, but he's a little slimmer than most. He offers a brief nod back towards Telba. Reza, you would recognize this person. Maybe not had many dealings with them, but they were one of the couriers who would hop between the various subgroups.
Gotcha. Okay.
Night Owl. It's good to finally have someone back in the fold, perhaps, but maybe not. If you are now part of the management of this folly.
Then casts a glance towards you, Vanya, and strolls in your direction, giving you a bit of a up and down glare.
Vanya Valentine And I am talent manager, motivator, inspirationalist, and sometimes mother. And she points at Desmond and Cypher.
Cypher's just shaking his head like.
Ah, I see. Well, there is always a need for those with character. I'm sure you work very hard, don't you, my dear? Very hard indeed.
Oh, every day.
And last but not least, this young chap.
He glances towards you, Desmond. His eyebrow for a moment twitches. He's like, something's right, but not right.
Hello, I'm Desmond, and yes, I just don't really think of myself as management.
Well, the rest, it would appear, do. So,
Claps his hands together as he walks back towards the edge of the pier in the direction of the boat.
the business with Erden Leandon is no more. A shame, but still, no love lost. It was a rather unpleasant venture. Paid well, mind you, but, well, it seems that with calmer heads, there may still be a chance that it can be salvaged, and perhaps we all even walk away with more coins. So, exactly what is it you wish? Do you wish something to ask of me now, or would you care for a meeting to be arranged where we can discuss things at our own leisure? Perhaps even in your folly, could sample what you're offering, drinks, food. Though I will say I am somewhat picky when it comes to food on this side of the river.
You'd be most welcome to the Folly, and foodstuffs is one of the things I would like to be in business with you for. But we may be able to surprise you with our humble fare.
Very well, interesting. But yes, as perhaps our mutual associate Night Howl here has already informed you of what we can offer, but if there is something you need, we can acquire it. Be it products, manpower, anything. For the right price can be acquired. Now, granted, normally I wouldn't be so open with these matters, but, well, again, news travels fast. Very fast.
And it's not often that we introduce ourselves straight on first meeting.
Well, we care not for who we do business with as long as business is done. And I can assure you that should our names remain out of your mouth, then your names will remain out of our mouth. If you understand what I'm putting down.
I understand completely. May this be the beginning of a very profitable relationship.
Of course, of course. I will, let us say in 5 days' time. I'm a rather busy man, you see, but 5 days' time I may have a little venture towards the Baron's Folly. We can perhaps have a chat over wine and a meal in regards to what we can do for each other.
5 days hence.
Telba offers. It would kind of be a mocking bow, but not in the in a disrespectful way, but a quite a flourished bow as he steps back onto the barge, motions with his hand for the guards to follow. Really, Yaski?
Fucking cat.
Just bear with me a moment while my cat ruins my green screen. Yaski, can you not?
But Dad, I want to roleplay a dickhead.
It doesn't need to roleplay it. He is one. All right. Any further questions or actions for Telba and the agents of the Silent Road?
No, I just kind of want to gauge where his fighters came from. Are they like old guards or like adventurers, like hired hands?
Roll me an investigation check.
Investigation. Natural 20.
Oh, well played. So, those who are currently armoured have got the physique of people who have been through many, many battles. To the point where, whilst you probably wouldn't know of the Colosseum, you'd know that they've been in a lot of fights. Yes, they might not be old, but they are definitely veterans. A few of the others would, again, be hired hands, but again, not so much just random scroats. They are people who have perhaps seen combat, maybe from out of Novostoya. None of them seem to be natives to the Soman region. They are all out. Maybe Barak, the Barak Empire, or a few from the provinces down south. But yeah, none of them are natives of Novostoya.
Okay. I'm just gonna take note of them and be like, interesting.
Yeah. I mean, even Telba himself, he is definitely from, judging by his accent, mannerisms, appearance, he is from down south in the Castanellan provinces.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, with that, if there's nothing further, I think we should probably call a quick BRB there.
Yes. I got pee.
Yep. So we will be but a moment when we have a refill. Since Jump's already gone, she can just sit here on her own. Alright, won't be a second.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Could be harmonised there. That was good.
Yeah, check us out.
I liked it.
I too am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Ta.
back.
Oh. Well, that was an interesting little exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Why not, Durs? Why not? Let me know what it's looking like. All right. So,
If Francis went wild over herbs, just imagine how happy he's going to be with some fresh veg.
yeah, fucking hell, he's going to be a man possessed. So, with you all stood at the side of the dock, watching as the barge departs with Telba and those of the Silent Road, Killian glances over you all. Well, that went a lot better than I anticipated. I was expecting him to be well and truly fucking pissed off that there'd be no more veil deliveries.
But he now has the opportunity to maybe make more money.
Right. And he seems to know something about you lot, which certainly adds a bit of credibility to what you said last night. Looks like I made the right choice in, not offing myself.
Probably.
Go on, Garrett.
You will come to realise that once we give our word on something, we follow through with it.
Alright. So, apart from us being a bucket load of fucking silver lighter, I do think, our friends in the Old West are not going to be too pleased with no longer having to ship things out.
The West? The place where all the bone meal came from?
Aye.
Do we have a name for this group of friends?
Sadly not. No, that was usually between them and the road. I only know that we opened up negotiations before eventually they said no, they wanted things moved via the road, so that's what we paid the road for. They got the product, shifted it through, and we come here and pay them for the services.
How did Erden find out about the existence of this product?
I honestly don't have a fucking clue about that. All I know is that one day he turned up while he was already peddling this shit. We had a bit of a chat in one of their taverns, and he just said, look, I like the sound of it. It looks like you got a solid head on your shoulder. How do you want to make some coin? So that's a pretty, always interested in making coin around these parts, and that's, that's the rest is history, as you could see. He had already got involved in the Vale long before I came on the scene. I just organised it so it was better ran and so they can actually make some fucking silver out of it rather than stuffing it all down his own bastard throat.
Interesting.
This group to the west will need further investigation, I feel. But for tonight's business, I feel we need a meeting with Rurik.
Well, I guess that's on you. I don't fancy being in the same room as that mad bastard. He is fucking volatile.
Oh, Killian, you're going to be working with him.
Funny fucker. Hey, of course, you know, yeah, it's just, you know, you're being serious, aren't you?
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
I told you, Killian. I never lie.
Killian looks towards Vanya with a pleading expression. That's, really? You, Rurik?
He's not all that bad.
I kind of like him, you know? Just putting it out there. I really like the guy.
Aye, a fucking dwarf who's got, you know, a block of iron as a brain. I swear you could slam his head against a stone wall and that'd break long before he even broke a sweat. He is the very definition of fucking metal.
He's a little bit more savvy than you think. He recognized opportunity when he saw it.
Killian strokes his chin and nods before sighing deeply. Are they? Alright, I'll... I put my faith in your words and hope that he's not the rabid, mad fucking steel dog that we all think he is.
Well, you know, metal sometimes can be softened by the flicker of a passionate flame.
The last time that fucking dwarf had passion, he cut her hand off. I don't want to see none of that. I like my hands exactly where they are.
Well, maybe not. You should probably stay away from flickering his flame then.
That reminds me, we did promise her that we'd put them both in a room together, didn't we?
That's why we're going to see Rurik.
I do have plans for the room, by the way. I'm going to take care of the whole thing.
Like, decorate it? Are you gonna clean it? I've seen your room.
No, don't worry about it, Vanya.
Okay, shall we move? I'm sick of standing in the rain.
Okay.
Poor Garrett is going to melt soon.
Oh dear.
I'm more at home with snow and ice than rain.
That is fair.
Come along, Killian.
Alright, I'm coming. Fuck's sake, this is gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be interesting. Lead on. So, with that, it sounds like you're making your way to find Rurik. Is that right?
Yeah,
it
sure.
is.
You begin to duck and weave through the alleys of the Piker district. Eventually, as you begin to delve into Rurik's turf, you come across several of the ruffians under his command, where they give you the location of their new hideout. Again, like before, it's at the top of one of the larger buildings, set upon a roof that overlooks one of the main streets leading out of the Piker district. This time towards the southern part, southeastern part of the district. As you meander your way through, you eventually reach the building, climbing the decrepit stairwell. Killian, dragging his feet behind you all, a rather anxious look across his face as you step out onto the terrace, looking over the city. There, sat on a crate, a wooden stein in hand, is the familiar visage of Rurik Rockfist.
Rurik.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Oh, you did, Gallic. Come on down. Come on in. Look, don't mind the fucking rain. It's just got a bit of the old linen over the top to keep the worst out of it. Oh, they got the rest of them with you as well. Go on over. Go on over.
If I didn't know better, Rurik, I think you were part bird, always living on top of these big buildings.
Hey, now as a small man, as, you know, a stout fucking dwarf, I like to look over my kingdom and make sure that, you know, I can see everything. Make sure that it's all nice and calm. And also it means that if I can see any shite brewing down there, I can just get down and kick the shit out of him. Got a drink. Got a drink.
You know what? I think I will.
He motions towards a crate full of old ale bottles at the side of the wall.
Yes, Silver. What about you, Lord? What about you, Lord?
Motions to the rest of the group.
No, thank you. You wouldn't like me when I was drunk.
Oh, don't be silly. Hang on. What the fuck's that prick doing with you?
Immediately locks eyes with Killian.
Killian works for us now.
Oh, well, fucking shit. Is that so? Oh.
Go on.
Would you believe his last employer lost his head? Didn't he, Reza?
Garrett, I was going to make that joke. You always ruin it for me. But yes, he did. And she kind of pouts in the corner.
Oh. Well. The great fucking womanizing prick that is heard on the undone lies no more. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and quite fittingly, he lost his head at the hands of a woman, and she does like this little bow.
If you were behind it, I'm not surprised. Fucking hell, I don't want to go up against you again, because that last time, I'm still ringing now from how much you hit me.
How are the injuries?
Tender. Fucking tender. Why do you want to sort of kiss them better for me?
I'm flattered. Absolutely flattered.
I was talking to Garrett, not you.
Right, fuck off then. I'm not kissing anything now.
I've already stitched you up once, Rurik. You wouldn't want me to make more holes in you.
Aye, that's fair. So, I see that that little bastard's back. Hey, Desmond.
Oh, yes. Yes. We've been busy.
At some point, right, me and thee, we're going to have another, you know, sort of a little bout. Fists, hey, fists.
Oh, yes, that would be very, very much something. Yes.
Right, I know I can take you if it's just, fist on fist, so we'll pencil it in at some point and we'll have a little bit of a scuffle. How's it sound?
Sounds good. There will be. Admittedly, I do have my strong points and my weak points, so you never know.
Oh, hey, just over Pariahs, you crack you into the ground. It's gonna be a good old rough and tumble. Anyway, so I guess you're not here just here to, brag about fucking London having to bite the dust, eh?
No, I've my mission for being here is twofold. One is to put you and Killian together, as you two will be working together in the future.
Aye, that's right. Good to see you again, Rick. Killian just waves from behind you, Garrett. Rick just arches a brow inquisitively.
I mean, sure, worse things have happened.
You'll need the smarts to run a pub.
Number 2.
Just think of Killian running the ledgers and making sure the bills are paid. Are you... Well, you're the muscle, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't mind having a dedicated paper bitch. In fact, looking at his fucking weedy self, he could probably be a fucking paperweight himself. But that's fine by me. That's fine by me. That's, in fact, you know what? That's actually a pretty interesting little proposition.
But we do have a second reason for being here.
Rick nods.
Now, I've met a certain dwarvish lady.
Aye.
I think you're quite well acquainted with her.
Aye.
She's been causing some problems. Would you believe all she wants is to be put in a room with you?
Oh.
She was quite excited about it, Rick, if you know what I mean. And Reza, winks at him.
That's certainly not what you no. Oh, yes. Is she pissed? She was pissed, wasn't she?
If by pissed you mean fucking angry, then you would be right, sir.
And hungering for your blood.
I mean, she is a fucking pain in the arse. Just too headstrong. Far too fucking headstrong, and, she wouldn't listen to me, and things happened, so... no love lost, but she's a fucking problem.
Well, hopefully, whatever happens in the room that you and her are locked together in will resolve that problem. I'm not telling you to kill her, but I'm saying it's okay if it happens.
I'd very much like it if you killed her.
Rurik.
Long story short, Rurik, I need the tradesmen working.
I mean, they can't fucking, they struggle to make a straight fucking nail. Are you sure that you want that bunch of incompetent assholes?
They're local and they're cheap.
Hello.
Go on, Garrett.
We can always bring in other tradesmen to assist and teach, but while Erla and her friends are in charge down there, the only thing that's going to happen is they're going to get a quick death. And it's going to cost more money to bring in more tradesmen.
All right. I'll do it.
Go on, Desmond.
Well, there's one other possibility that her little friend, the gnome, is missing.
Oh, that frog fuck.
Yeah, Frug. That was it. I wanted to call him Farl. But there is a possibility. Granted, if you want to have it out, then that would be one way to get it done with good and proper. However, it seems that there are some bad elements, which should not be much surprise to you, over in Erla's camp. And her people were at one point your people, if I recall correctly.
Aye, that they were before circumstance fucking took them away.
Well, it seems the people who are closest to her right now might be responsible for Frug taking flight. By which I mean more like put in a cage like a bird.
I don't know, because that Frug was a fucking conniving piece of shit if I ever saw one. He always whispering in people's ears.
Well, there is the possibility that that is what is going on here. But if that is, then can't very well leave a conniving little gnome with ambitions of anarchy and starting fires in the city lingering around. So, I'm curious if you know any really good places to hide someone in this district where no one would ever find them unless you knew where to look.
I mean, if you're looking for stuff like that, then...
And Rurik points down.
Completely the opposite direction to where I tend to go. Normally those who are trying to hide from me would go underground sewers. There's a few hidey holes I know of that we used in the past for moving or storing gear, which could potentially be a lead, I guess, but Erla knows them as well. I doubt that she's not had them fucking checked, but then again, if you said that she'd got some arseholes fucking whispering in her ear, then mayhaps that they told her that they visit. I don't know.
If you could point them out, I'd like to check them all the same.
Do you, Oh, sorry, Rurik.
No.
Did you say something?
No, I was just saying aye.
Do you happen to know that tiefling fellow who goes about with Ola?
Tall. Like, sort of loopy fucking horns. Like a reddy brown skin.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one.
Aye. To be honest with you, he was one of the people that we used to have to manage the books. He fucked off when Yerler and had her little tissy.
Right. He seems to be one of the more level-headed of the group. I'm tempted to keep him around.
Aye, I mean, you dig you at the end of the day. The only people that I've got issues with is Erler and... well, it looks like that's going to have to be sorted one way or another. I mean, to be honest with you... Can I know I'm not exactly in a position to barter or bargain, but I'd rather not be put in a room with her on our own if I could help it. If you could solve that issue for me, it'd be better for me.
What do you mean?
I don't like the lass, but I'd rather not be the one to put her down.
Are you getting sentimental, Rurik?
Oh. To be fair, if I had the option of killing someone or taking their hand and they weren't dead, I would think that that kind of speaks for itself. It's probably best to just... That's why I have the other avenue that I'm thinking of, so that can be avoided.
Yes, but you know what? Leave it with me. I will handle everything and make sure that she does not have to die by your hands.
At this point, Rurik's not looking at you. He's turned his attention back to the streets below. With a bottle of ale in hand, he takes a big swig and silently nods.
So, Rurik, how have the streets been?
Yeah, honestly, there's been a few fights that I've noticed. Bit rabid. Some people just don't seem to be as placid as they once were. Desperate, to be honest with you, as if they were trying to clamour after something. I dare say that if you've taken the head off the fucking snake, is this veil no longer out and easily to get hold of? That's kind of what I'm guessing.
Yes, the flow of veil will cease.
Alright, well, that may be due to why I've seen a few fights and scuffles break out about some of the old posse's people. I don't know exactly what's been going on, but things are starting to get a little heated down there.
I've also sent people out to remove what drug dealers are left.
Anyway, mate, you don't know anything about one of the big storehouses? There was a big scuffle, absolute bloodbath, to be honest with you. No one's found any bodies, but there was blood all over the fucking cobbles.
And I take it there was no veil to be found after.
Well, again, that's sort of what, from there, that's, to be honest with you, after hearing that, I sort of put two and two together, and I think that's what some of the old fights in the streets have been about. Something about a delivery area, or a storehouse, or a drop point that no longer had any stock, no stashes, no goods. Lights off, no one fucking home.
That must have been the contractors.
Oh, look, how about that? So I'll rally up what's left of the old fucking Rockfist fucking bruises, and we'll sweep the streets, see what we can do in keeping some of the more dubious characters off. If we see anyone dealing, we'll give them a good old shoeing and just dump whatever fucking product they've got into the river.
Keep hold of the product. We need it for the cure.
You've got a fucking cure now? Holy shit, you lot work fast.
Told you, Eric. I need Piker working again.
Alright, we'll stockpile whatever veil we get, and I'll make sure that, if we do see any other the fucking dealers, we'll give them a good taste of the cobbles. We'll get their tongue right in the fucking grooves so that they can taste the dirt that's built up there.
Work with Killian here. Your partners now.
Rurik turns around to Killian, offers him a giant shit-eating grin and extends a stumpy hand towards him. Killian grabs hold of it, shakes it with a dubious expression. All right, sure, it's looking forward to working with you, Rurik. It's, well, heard a lot about you, and of course I dare say that you've heard a fair bit about me as well, so what could go wrong?
Nothing'll go wrong, Lambert. We've got this, so we'll make this place a fucking paradise, don't you? Worry about it. Eh? Oh, it's gonna be good. You as the fucking brains, me drinking and kicking arse across the fucking Pika district with the fucking spyglass as our base of operations.
While they're having that chat, Reza kind of shoots Garrett a mildly concerned look.
And Garrett just shrugs his shoulders. He's like, just hoping for the best.
And any other takes on this from the rest of you?
No, I'm just mildly amused by the whole thing.
You'll see that Vanya's not really paying attention because she's kind of standing at the edge where Rorik was before and thinking about the I like to be up high, towering over my kingdom. And she's just kind of looking out.
Desmond, any thoughts on the matter? Any ideas that have come to mind?
Desmond, after Rockfist has turned away, he's gone to look for his second in command to try to get the location of these like caches to go and just check and see, just because. Like anything, especially older things that newer people wouldn't know.
That's a good point. I believe that one of his seconds was Zara. One of the lasses who fought in the brief scuffle. You managed to get with her, and having explained the situation, she takes out a piece of parchment and begins to scribble down rough directions to where some of these either caches or safe rooms would be located. Or at the very least, you know, some of the entrances that they've previously used to get into the sewers to escape.
That was going to be my next thing, is like places where you might go to the sewers, because obviously, other than the ones on the water, there's not going to be like manholes in the middle of the street or something like that. So
yeah, I mean there would be some, but the manholes are like about a meter and a half wide, big thick bronze grates that are in pretty visible locations. So it's you delving into them, people would notice. But yeah, she gives you some of the more obscure locations, some of the more out of the view of prying eyes, where you can slip into the sewers.
Well, that's very helpful. All right. And Desmond's looking at the map. Well, it doesn't seem too bad, but it'd probably make for a long night.
Oh, sorry.
No, Desmond's going to just, once he has that, he's just going to wander back to the group. And just keep on looking at it, try to figure out which is the best candidate.
Once he wanders back to them, Reza is going to kind of signal him and Cypher to go to the side for a minute. And kind of whisper to Cypher. How do you feel about role-playing as a dwarf?
Oh no. Again.
What do you mean role playing?
Well, I promised Ella she'd be in a room alone with Rurik. And Rurik doesn't want to, so I need a different Rurik. That's you, she says as taps his chest.
Oh, right.
And
Yeah.
yes, so just to make sure you don't get hurt, Desmond, can you be his backup?
Well, there is the whole. She basically wants to beat Rourke to death. That is.
Yes.
So, if I were to stop her, that would be kind of like it's not going to end well for us, regardless.
I'm not sure I follow.
She wants to be in a room with him to kill him. If I am there and I stop her from killing him, that would be a betrayal.
Right. But we're going to kill her.
Oh. I see what you mean now.
Sorry, I might have left that out. Yes, we'll have Cypher in the room looking like Rurik. They can yell at each other and then he'll do something shadowy and kill her. But if she tries to go at him first, like, you'll be hidden somewhere, not in the room, so we're not exactly lying, but you'll be able to get in very quickly. And like...
I know something that you used to look through a wall. That's it.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Yeah, yeah, perfect. Okay. How does that sound to you two?
That sounds like an option. Do we not want to leverage the gnome to get past that?
No, she's a liability.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'd like to know where the gnome is, just because I don't like any hidden secrets, and he might be useful. Or he might just be a loose thread that needs cleaning up.
Okay, well, then I suppose we should just make a thing of it. Deal with the gnome, deal with Erla.
Perhaps, before she dies, maybe Vonya could try and read her mind? Or, I can't believe I'm going to say this, Zone of Truth. While, Rurik, pointing at Cypher, is asking her questions.
Okay, we can work with that.
Okay, you're sure?
It's all right now. Yes, we could do it. That sounds like it could work. The thing that... Okay, well, I'm going to try to figure out where the gnome might be. But yes, I am okay with that.
Well, we can wait until... Oh, sorry,
What about
Cypher.
the 2 lieutenants?
Oh, well, we'll just have to wait for them to make a fuss and then make an example of them.
I like that. Okay.
Okay.
Or, there'll be more on that later, but I have ideas.
Do you think they'd be more likely to know where the gnome is? I feel like Illa's sort of a bit of a figurehead.
Well, if they're the ones that have cached him away, then they would. But the thing is, it sounds like they're basically using her.
All right. Anyway, Team Strike Force. At it again.
Team Strike.
Wouldn't that just be a strike force?
Sure, strike force.
Strike force.
And the little conversation breaks up.
Fucking strike force. As this conversation has been going on, Rurik and Killian have been conversing, getting to know each other. Rurik's, continually trying to thrust a bottle of ale into Killian's chest for him to drink. Killian in response is like, probably not best now, shit needs doing.
No, just have a fucking drink, you damn wimp. When you can't get ready to do things if you're on sober, you need a bit of fire in your belly, a bit of stout in your heart, eh? Come on, drink.
With that, I'm sure it'll work out for the better eventually. Anything anyone wishes to bring to the table in regards to Killian and Rurik?
I think, Reza, maybe you could help Rurik and Killian here set up the place for the meeting.
I would love to. I have lots of ideas.
And then when the time comes, maybe Rurik here might like a visit to the Folly for a night's drinking.
Oh, heck God, a minute. Are you saying that I'm getting a free tab on the old fucking Follies?
And at this, he slidles up towards you, Garrett, and starts, roughly elbowing you in the ribs.
Eh? Now I get a tab. Free drinks, eh?
It'd be no good if Erla's people see two Ruriks walking around Piker. So, yes, you'll get a tab at the Folly.
Oh, yeah, I knew you were a good fucking lad, Garrett. I knew that you were a good egg, eh? Oh, don't worry, I'll not completely drink you dry. I'll save you a few drops in the bottoms of the barrels, eh?
You're a good man, Rurik, but no fighting. Not in my establishment.
Oh, I'm not gonna fight. I'm just gonna drink until I fucking pass out. And let me assure you, it takes a lot of fucking ale for me to pass out.
We shall see, Rurik. We shall see. Someone's getting some positivity in his drink.
I was thinking that. Oh, that's great.
I was gonna use suggestion on him so that he wouldn't drink so much.
Hey, we can certainly give it a try. Anything anyone wish to ask in character? Anything further? Or are you pretty much happy with how the scene's now set?
Yeah, pretty happy. While Reza's sorting out the room, we can be searching for the gnome.
All right. So what I'm going to say for a moment, we don't do this very often, but let's take a brief step back, because obviously, this is deviated slightly from the original plan. Erla being a liability, does anyone want to expand on that as to why?
She's ignorant. Obviously being controlled, and she's ignorant of that. She's also proud of her ignorance. As she said, she doesn't need to know about the outsides and about anything that the outside world does. Even though the shit she does affects everybody else. Of course, the outside world eventually is going to catch up with her.
And at this point, she would not settle for any role other than some sort of leadership position, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And she never agreed to stop her plans for attacking the wardens. She only agreed to put them on hold. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking liability.
Any other thoughts on that, or counter? Desmond, any thoughts?
No, it's valid. It's just Desmond's just been trying to construct ways to do things without having to to basically, in his mind, it's not about saving people or sparing them. It's about having the most to work with. Because if the thing is, like, certain people like Killian, they actually maintain they fulfill a function, and basically, like, if you had to pitch it, if Garrett hadn't spoken to Rourke, he was going to pitch it to Rourke, like, if he wants to do the things at the tavern, like, someone needs to go up, run the books, make sure everything operates smoothly, while basically he keeps order in the district, because I think that he wants to have that image, like, he wants to feel like he's the badass, and he makes sure that nothing bad happens. And like that, he goes that way.
Yeah.
But like Erla, she has this, like, she wants to be the Che Guevara of Novastoya, and part of it, she's being, like, gaslit along by other people. But then there's this Frug fella, and, like, Desmond is either Frug was kidnapped, and he needs to go back, or he has broken off to be, like, even more radical, and he needs to die. That's basically
Yeah.
And now kind of presented with this from Reza and Cypher. He went from thinking, try to, like, preserve her. It's like, no, they make good points, and now it's find the gnome, probably kill the gnome if he's not already dead, then go deal with Erla. But, like, the thing is, now he's thinking about it from the perspective of, like, why go through the effort of, like, putting her in a room with Rurik? We could put her in a room with Frug, who's Cypher instead, and there'd probably be a lot less eyes on it, and we could just torpedo it early.
We don't know what Frug looks like.
Well, if we find him, we will.
True. You got all next week to find him for Reza to change your plan.
Oh, well, it's like, honestly, same plan, just different stand-in.
Options. I like options.
Options are good. Options are good.
Yep.
Yeah. I like it.
And also, probably as soon as this is over with, Desmond's going to focus on, like, because he's got the two henchmen that came over that he never really told them to do too much. And so I got to revisit them.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. Definitely some options there. So, what's the plan now? Then I guess is the next question.
While we're setting things up, find Frug. Or find out what happened to Frug. Either way, that's
Yeah.
just on the agenda.
Good way to round out the time we have. We're already here. Check a few spots, see if there's anyone there. If not, then it's probably sewer bound, and that might have to wait because who wants to go into the sewers?
Yeah. Yep. One might even say, if it does come to that, it might not be a bad shout to send other people down into the sewers to drag him back.
It's like we've got these sewer dwellers that work for us.
Might be a bad idea. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. He may not be.
Well, pretty soon, everybody in the Chronicles is just going to be off-brand Ninja Turtles.
So, yeah, basically, how do you want to approach this? You've got a rough lead on where to go. Where's the first stop?
Well, Desmond's looking at his map. If we could just go to the nearest and so on and so forth, and if we find nothing, we'll go back to the Folly and wait until it's however slightly less shitty out, and figure out what to do.
All right.
Okay.
Reza just goes over to where Killian and Rurik are associating and says, I'll be sticking around for a little bit. I'll be back once we've taken care of a few things.
Alright, that's fine. Sounds like me and Rurik here have got a bit of catching up to do. He's got grand schemes and ideas that are just not going to fucking work.
You don't
Right.
know that they're not going to work.
Don't kill each other. At least don't try to kill each other till I get back, okay? Thank you.
Oh, I just have to blow a fucking strong breeze and fucking kill him. Oh, don't you worry about it. I'll pamper him like a little baby that he is. Look at that smooth skin that he's got. I don't even think there's a fucking beard that'll grow on that chin of yours.
I swear to fuck you. With this.
No, already I'm married.
Reza just kind of smirks slightly and says, Rurik, believe it or not, some ladies like less hairy men.
You're they're fucking wrong, aren't they? Look at this beard. It's magnificent.
And he just gets both of his hands and starts to run it through his beard, twirls his moustache at the end, and then just offers you a giant, over-exaggerated wink, Reza.
Reza will wink at Killian and then walk away.
So, Garrett, were you going to say something there, or?
No, I was chuckling and trying to drink at the same time and nearly dying.
All right. As you all begin to depart the rooftop, back down to street level, Vanya, are you still lording over the district?
She has kind of noticed the movement of them heading off, so she's just she's gonna start heading that way.
All right. Desmond.
Yes.
Roll me a investigation check.
Investigation. This will go great. Oh,
correct.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. So whilst you're all making your way down the stairwells back onto street level, Desmond, you're there with this crudely drawn map in hand. As you get onto the lower floors, before stepping out into the rain, you make a mental note of the closest storehouse, closest location of one of the caches. Safe house, for that matter. And you've got a pretty solid idea on how to get there. Granted, you know, some of the alleys may twist and turn and throw you off, but you know the direction. And this first safe house is basically an old disused brewery that's got a connection into the sewers via one of the old large distillery tanks, these, you know, giant copper stills. Zara mentioned that the base had been hollowed out and a tunnel dug straight down into the sewers. Not so much into the sewers proper, but into a walled off section that they use to store things.
All right then. Well, I imagine that there'll be some kind of trap set up here if there's no one there. Well, even if there is. But, yeah, Desmond's going to try to just keep in front, keep an eye out for anybody out there, like, signs of life, lights on, stuff like that.
Okay. As you all wind through the shit-stained streets of the Piker district, you eventually reach the you reach your destination, but rather than just rolling straight up to the door, you all hang back at the nearest junction, casting a glance up and down the street. There isn't a great deal of life. Those who are prevalent around the streets are, like the rest of Piker District, huddled under awnings and makeshift tents. At least those who are homeless. A few other lanterns illuminate some of the windows from the nearby buildings, but the old brewery itself is in complete darkness.
All right. Well, gonna have to give it a check. Desmond will approach the door.
All right. Roll me a perception check. Also, this disused brewery is now more towards the western side of where Rurik's current roost is. It's kind of on the border between Rurik's gang's stomping grounds and the Iron Fist.
Okay.
As you get close to the door, listen in, glance around. The only thing that you would really see as you hoist yourself on a crate near the window is, as you glance inside, you see that this building itself is probably, I would say, about 80 feet long. Quite narrow, around about 20 or 30 feet. But at the far end, you see two giant copper stills. There is a lantern that is lit next to one of the stills at the far end of the room.
Tuffer's gonna lean over to Desmond and be like, does that mean somebody's in?
Well, I would think so, being probably have a bit of light where they exit and enter. And if Ruak's people weren't using this and they were saying this is one of their bolt holes, could be one of their associates, or maybe someone else who just stumbled into it. Well, I suppose we should go and take a look then, eh? Alright, so Desmond's going to approach the door.
Mm-hmm.
Just see if it's locked. Like, just try to, whatever mechanism it has, just see what's going on, if it's locked or not.
It is indeed locked. As you push, the door moves slightly to the point where, it doesn't feel like the lock is just a key lock on the door. It's almost like it's been barred on the other side, as if a beam's been placed across.
Well then. Well, someone's definitely in there. If it's barricaded, or if there's a crossbeam.
Old-fashioned way?
That might be. Although, it occurs to me that if there's a window, how big is the window?
Easily, enough for someone to climb through.
Is it busted out?
No, the window, the glass is still there. There are a few wooden boards that cover a few panes that have been shattered.
All right. Is there any gap between the door and the wall? Like, is it good? Is it good make? Like, is it pretty well tight fit against the elements?
No, it's the Piker District. No, it's not at all. There's there's probably like half an inch gap between the door and the door frame, or where the frame of the wall.
All right. So, well, if it's not a matter of picking a lock, Desmond's gonna stick his dagger through where he thinks the crossbeam would be, and just try to like lift it up and see if he can basically fish it with the dagger.
Smart.
Well,
yeah, go on, Vanya.
I was gonna say, while he's doing that, Vanya is going to, by the wall by the door, she's just gonna lean her body onto the wall with the hands and like her cheek up on the wall, and just kind of see if she feels any kind of magical energy coming from the building.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, I was trying to roll initiative. I was ready to fight somebody.
Hey! Desmond, why is that occurring? Can you please roll me a athletics check and see whether or not you can just... It's not that it's difficult. I just want to see if it's a complete failure. No, all right. That's again not a difficult process for you to do. As you slip the dagger in with a quick upward thrust, the blade catches on the beam, and you manage to lift it up. Vanya, as for magic, there is a faint trace of magic use here.
Can she tell what kind or a specific spell that was used?
With a 10, it's definitely some sort of triggered spell. You get the impression that there is perhaps some form of ward or a glyph that may trigger somehow at some point, but that's kind of all I can give you.
Can I tell, like, is it coming from like a certain area or location, like, versus like just in the building in general, but not by like the window? Okay.
Not again with this happening pretty quickly, and Desmond hoisting this wooden beam behind the door. You don't really have much of a chance to fully gauge exactly with that terrible roll.
She's gonna say, "Freeze, Desmond."
No, Desmond will stop. What?
I sense some kind of magic, something. I don't know if it will trigger something with you doing this at the door, but it is at some point something that we do.
There's a trap. You're saying there's a
possibly
trap.
Yeah, it could notify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, let me make a note of that. And she pulls out her notebook.
Are you saying that
How's that
someone has
gonna
an
help?
alarm?
What, Desmond?
Are
I'm
you saying
sorry, I
someone
was
has an
distracted.
alarm?
Well, like a kind of like a ward or a glyph type thing, and something is gonna set it off.
And he's going to look directly at Cypher. See anything?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Up on this bread?
Saying that the door's magic or something.
There's something in the building. Cypher, can you feel it? Can you feel it inside of you right now?
Always. And Cypher's got to put his hand on the door and see if he can
Alright.
detect whatever the balabra are on about.
Roll me an Arcana check, Cypher. That's better.
Thank you.
There is on the other side of a door. You can feel a magical resonance that pertains to a trap. Not entirely certain what type, but it seems that stepping into the room may perhaps trigger a spell.
Oh. Yeah, there's a spell in the back of the door. A trigger when you go in. I don't know what it does because I can't see what the magical circle or whatever the glyph is. There's definitely something there though.
All right.
Cypher, do you have any more of that bread?
Is that the bone meal bread?
Yeah, it's good. I like how it's crunchy. No, I ate it all.
Wow.
Well, I was saving some spiders for you in my room, but they were gone, and I don't know what happened.
So what, we probably need to find a different way in, right?
Or we just stand clear of the door.
Yeah, let's kick the door off its hinges.
Well, if I just take the latch off, and then push it open with a really long stick or something.
Maybe we could roll something in to trigger the trap?
That's what I'm thinking. Just like I don't really mind people knowing that I'm coming. I'd rather that they have that panic.
Okay, what do you want to roll in? Is there like a shitty barrel or something kicking about?
Absolutely, yeah. There would definitely be barrels and things like that around, crates, so on and so forth.
Aye, yeah. Bust that door up. We'll roll this barrel in and see what happens.
All right. Well, just if so, he's got the door latch, so
Yep.
he's got that up and off. So, well, keep in mind I'm not Garrett. I'm not very sneaky, and he's going to grab one of these barrels and he's just going to straight Donkey Kong it at the door.
You're right. That isn't very sneaky at all.
Desmond, what happens is the barrel, the force behind it will be enough to break the door. Are you just yeeting it in hopes of just everything blowing inwards, or
seeing whatever happens from like 15 to 20 feet away, just gesturing everyone back?
Uh-huh. As you slam the barrel down the cobbles into the door, the hinges fail immediately and burst inwards. Bits of wood are kicked up, dust bursts out, and for a split second, nothing. Until Cypher, Vanya, a slight crackle of energy would ripple from the interior as the glyph activates. The trap sprung.
Question.
Yep.
As soon as it activates, can I counterspell it?
You can certainly give it a try.
Alright, Cypher's going to try and counterspell it.
Roll me... what level are you counterspelling at?
Third level. Why is
Third.
it
All
on my-
right.
oh.
I believe you need to roll me. I need to roll. Yeah, all right. So, how does your counter spell look? Basically, what happens, Cypher, is as this crackle of energy whizzes through the air, you would all see a red-hued rune in the center of the room rise briefly, crack as a small orb of fire begins to roil around in the air before growing larger to a fireball. And just as it's about to burst out towards you all, Cypher, what do you do?
Well, Cypher's shadow just kind of lengthens and defies the light that the fireball's given off, and then just a mouth opens up and just inhales the magic.
For a brief moment, the fireball starts to coalesce before just being consumed. Due to this, though, several lanterns that were positioned around the room also triggered by the trap also kick in, giving you, and in fact, bear with me, I need to get rid of that because that didn't happen.
Fuck!
Yeah, but with that, several lanterns that are hanging from the roof now also are lit up due to the effects of the glyph breaking. Now, basically becoming this giant illuminating point of reference in a somewhat darkened street.
Oh. Well, I hope there's no more traps. Desmond's gonna rush in.
Alright, you step in. No traps activate. You are...
It is his intention to make it to the barrel, because
Yeah.
the barrel is the hole down, and you have to crawl in.
So imagine it like probably a 20-foot wide, 20-foot diameter copper still with a top that bolts on. But at the minute, there's no bolts there. It's got like a latch that lifts up to reveal the interior of this giant copper basin.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure my mental image lines up with what is in yours.
Yep.
And Desmond's intention is to get to that, look for people, but he's trying to get to that as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. You sprint through the disused distillery, reach the far end, don't see any signs of movement, grab hold of the latch, crank open the top of this giant copper still, where you are greeted with a passage that drops by about 20 feet with a ladder. Talon, thank you for the fucking prime. 3 months. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Reza was following closely on Desmond's heels, maybe 10 feet behind him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And so, there's nothing quiet about it. And obviously, but he's just going to get up there and just wait until the noise of him climbing subsides.
You do begin to hear from your position is two voices echo out from down below. One of them, what was that? Someone's upstairs. Oh, and the second voice,
I'm sure that they got blown to bits. Don't worry about it. We'll go and have a look in a minute. Wait. Grab your weapon.
Desmond's going to yell down, "Hello! Are you a mage?"
For a brief
Reza
moment,
face palms.
for a brief moment, there's silence before.
Yes, a powerful one at that. If you do not wish to be destroyed, then flee.
While he's talking, Desmond is getting the decanter of endless water ready.
Oh, no.
Are you a fish? And then Desmond's gonna start pumping water into this thing.
Oh shit! Throw up the decanter for us.
Yep.
As you upend the decanter of endless water over the tunnel, and just water begins to gush out. I need one, Enders. I need a scob command. You just hear her.
Oh, where's this coming from? What are you doing? He's gonna try and ride us.
Oh god! It's already up to my calves.
Desmond, do you want them to surrender or do you want to drown them?
Yes. Well. He's gonna use the fountain. Basically, just he's gonna pump water like one blast. So, unless you'd like to drown, I suggest you surrender now.
Good lad.
Intimidation or persuasion? Your choice.
Intimidation is the only way that he can do. Normal. Blah, blah, blah. Holy shit.
Oh, all right. Yes. No more water. This place. Fine. We're coming out. We're coming out. Just don't. Oh, we have safe passage. You're not going to. It doesn't really matter. Fuck.
With that, you hear her splashing around in this at the bottom of whatever chamber is beneath her still, and slowly two forms begin to emerge out of the darkness below, climbing up the ladder.
All right, and he's gonna wait until they're like in sight, and just basically get an idea of like if there's anyone he knows or.
The first man is a somewhat wiry-looking individual. Along, half mixed between a robe and a trench coat, dangles off him, and he has a piece of ribbon tied to his hair. And just behind him, climbing up the ladder, is a rather butch-looking chap, wearing like forester's garb.
Reza is going to have her bow out and an arrow knocked but not drawn, and she's just going to say, easy, no sudden moves, gentlemen.
As you say that, first the slimmer gentleman steps out, raises his hands up above his head as he glances around. Cypher, Garrett, Vanya, what are you three up to?
Cypher found more tools, so he's just kind of stood just in the doorway in the light, kind of squinting because it's really bright and he doesn't like it. Eating it.
Garrett's just stood there, ready to attack should anyone attacks Desmond or
Sure.
anyone else.
Vanya is going to. She's gonna say, "Oh well, you guys are all wet, and I'm sure you're cold and uncomfortable, and so she casts prestidigitation to try to like dry them off."
They'll accept it. Well, at least so go on.
I was like, in her mind, she's like, "This will go better if they're not miserable."
As you do this, Vanya, the slimmer gentleman looks at you with, an expression of recognition as a fellow mage.
Hey, interesting. Hello. Good to meet you all. May I inquire as to why you burst into my humble abode and flooded me out like a drowned rat?
Yes, do you have a gnome down there?
No, not down there. There is just myself and my associate here.
Not down there. So do you have a gnome somewhere?
I mean, I'm sorry if you're looking to purchase a gnome. That's not out in my wheelhouse.
Is he telling the truth?
Roll an insight check.
He seems slimy.
I mean, he's definitely skirting around the question.
What if I put an arrow through your ankle? Would that change your response?
Quite possibly, yes. I would rather not. Funnily enough, though, it does jog my memory that I was meant to be here awaiting some individuals. Part of Rurik? Are you part of Rurik's group by chance? Perhaps?
Heard of him?
Ah, so, would seem that, yes, not quite sure how you managed to get round the blowing fireball. Surprise! Yes, surprised me. No, yet was for, may have been hired by a individual to remove Rurik's people, a la you.
Okay, well, so you're sure you don't know anything about a gnome?
I mean the
Goes by
gnome.
Frug.
Frug. Yes, name rings a bell. Little. Shortest chap, big nose. Bit of a twang. Quite the affluent chap. Paid was for this job, actually.
TT.
Yes.
Vanya is going to cast on his associate, not on the mage guy. Oh, where is it? Detect thoughts while that guy is talking so that I can hear the his associate's thought for it.
Throw it up. And then I'm going to need you to make me an Arcana check.
Oh shit, he's a mage too, isn't he? Has no available uses remaining.
Are you at a spell slot?
No, I'm not.
Detect thoughts is not part of your usual repertoire.
Oh, I needed a long rest. Well, never mind. I'm just gonna peer into his soul with my eyes and hear nothing.
Yeah. The other guy who at this point, he's made it to the top of the ladder. His arms are also up. He's just sort of looking towards you as like, is she gonna eat me or something? Calm down. I'm unarmed.
Yes, well, Let's see. You say Frug paid you for a job to... I'm guessing you said something about Rurik's people, but when did you last see Frug?
Oh, that's, a simple matter. 3 days ago.
You've been here for 3 days.
Absolutely. It's nice, cushy. We get paid. We've got our own private little sanctum away from the booms. You know, the blowing of the fireball and the screaming and the charred corpses. It's a perfect hideout. We can hear when. Yes, I'm not making a very good case here, am I?
Terrible.
Where was Frug?
Oh, go ahead. You're asking my question. Go for it.
Yep. Where was Frug?
Well, it was in Malmstown. It's been quite the journey, I would dare say.
Malmstown. So he wasn't with Erla's people or anything?
Don't know who that is. Not usually. This place is a bit of a shithole, to be honest with you. Normally, my sort of haunt, if you could say that, would be further to the west. Yes. Out
Speaking of...
in Malmstown. Sorry.
Yes.
Speaking of names, what are yours?
Oh, don't need to know that.
I'm afraid I do. Otherwise, I might have to put an arrow to your knee this time. You know.
Okay, perfect. This here is Gobelbold, and I am Norbert.
I beg your pardon.
Norbert. Yes, Norbert.
Goldabald is my name. Just previously a bit of a woodsman. I was offered a bit of coin for this stupid job, and here I am.
You're also from Momstown, Goldabold.
I am. Yeah.
Lovely. The outlying villages are so picturesque, aren't they?
Yeah, the mage arches a brow and nods vigorously.
Yes, it's a beautiful little place. Farms as far as the eye can see, growing mushrooms and root vegetables and yes.
So, if you ever want to see that again, you're going to tell us everything you know. And she smiles brightly.
I was paid coin to blow up some Rurik's people. It obviously didn't work, and we now find ourselves here having this rather delightful conversation. Yes.
Yes, just so.
I got a question.
He looks towards
Does the name Kalira or Oren Turin ring any bells? Mr. Norbert.
I hold.
Have we done it again?
I want to see what he does. He begins to visibly look shaken, arches a brow.
It may have crossed my path at some point.
You know, I've got this cramp in my finger that's just, and she starts like pulling the string a little bit on her bow.
All right, yes. I know of both names. Yes.
Excellent. You work for them, do you? Or work with them, I guess.
So, I'm going to be honest with you.
That'd be a first time today.
Quite
My
reassuring
associate-
that he said it, yes.
My associate here is just a poor villager. So I don't. No offense, Goldo, but I'm not overly concerned with bartering with using you. If I tell you things, is there any situation where I get, out of this, preferably with all of my limbs attached and fingers intact? And life, ideally, life is good.
He's done this before. He was very specific about being alive.
Honestly, yeah. Go ahead.
No, go on, Desmond. You got this.
I don't see any reason why anyone has to come out of this worse for wear. Clearly, you were waiting for someone, but different than who actually turned up.
Yes, definitely. So, Oren, Frug, same person. Huh. Ta-da! Surprise!
Oren and Frug are the same. Okay.
Are they really? How interesting.
Well, that certainly sheds a different light on things.
So, about me getting out of here, because now that you know that, and I could really do with getting away, and also preferably, no offense, Goldo, but preferably with somebody also not knowing what was just said, if you catch my drift, yes?
Desmond is chuckling.
So, go ahead.
So you don't want anyone there to say that you... Oh, well. I thought that we would just get our what was said and go, but now it sounds like... Oh, this is interesting to me now.
What are you thinking, Desmond? I sort of feel like this fellow intends to run far, far away, but what if we kept him close instead?
I would rather not. No offense, you're not the usual clientele that I would like to deal with. It's a little too dangerous for my tastes. Surviving what was planned is a bit of a dead giveaway that you're not really people I really want to deal with. No offense, of course. It's
Well,
keep that shit out of it.
So they were in... I'm just thinking more about the gnome. Mom's town. Other people here know more than I do. I'll have to ask them after, but all right, well... Desmond's going to look at Goldebold, because he's literally just had this guy say that he would like him to not survive.
At the moment, the woodsman's just mouth agape, glancing between between the mage and you guys. No words. So go on.
No, is it Goldebold?
Yay.
Does he have a weapon on him?
No, he ditched that when he climbed up the ladder away from drowning. No, maybe the dagger at his waist, but
Okay. Goldebold, you seem like a good fellow, probably mixed up with the wrong crowd. If you want more work, we could
possibly talk about it. But your friend here feels a little bit more problematic.
Sure, I will take Sam. By this point, he's currently shaking in fear because this is not a situation he was anticipating to be in today. But the old woodsman starts to nod. All right, I would happily take some work. Welcome in.
Right, if you want to just walk by and go out and stand near our friend Garrett, we'll deal with you in just a moment.
Hi, all right. I'll do just that. Raiders, if you give us a moment, we're in a tense situation. The woodsman makes his way past Desmond, Reza, looking over his shoulder quite skitishly before eventually making his way to the door. The mage, on the other hand, just sighs very deeply.
All right, that's not exactly how I was trying not to be problematic.
Bearing in mind, your little magic glyph didn't go off. Don't do anything stupid.
So, in that case, what happens now? Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's any reason to slay the woodsman. Just if you'd said nothing, I don't think he would be any the wiser that something was said that shouldn't. He doesn't seem very much beyond simple.
It's not so much that I'm concerned with him. If I don't return back, they're going to want to know why. They're going to inquire.
That's all right. That's all right. No. Because you are going to go back and introduce us. Yay! Well done, you.
Oh, yes, I love it. Good job, Cypher.
I'm sorry. I'm going to introduce you to. It's not that there are. No offense, I'm a somewhat accomplished mage myself, and there are several more so accomplished than I back at the. It is a fool's errand.
Back at the compound.
You could tell them I'm interested in applying to join.
It's not how it works, my dear.
Can you, or can you not, get us an introduction to Frug/Orin? Bearing in mind that it is in your best interest to be useful at this particular juncture.
Also, you could just say we're friends of Salim Fall. You know who that is?
Salim, the little hedge mage working out of Lower Streets, or Polter, was it?
Correct.
Are you friends of Salim? God, why didn't you bloody say so in the first place? Fine, yes, of course.
Do I have to name drop every mage in this bloody city?
Apparently you do. Some people are just that hard-headed.
Well, look, it just makes things a little easier if we have a mutual contact now, doesn't it? God.
Oh.
And here I was, about to start throwing fireballs around in the hope of trying to escape. Of course. All right, fine. Yes, that's not a problem. I'm sure we can... not today, but tomorrow. Because he won't be back... Go on, my dear.
I'm just kind of offended that not all mages would want to embrace other mages.
Funnily enough, a lot of the weirdos out there are weirdos.
It's like he knows you, Vanya.
She leans over to Reds and she's like, do I give off like weirdo vibes?
Yes. Sometimes. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
So, guess you're wanting to meet the robed associates. You know Salim, you know the compounds, you know who we are, so sure. I'll have a meeting with Orin. He won't be around until tomorrow Eve, though, I believe, is when he returns back to the compound, so I can either come and get you, or we can meet back somewhere and conduct business. How does that sound?
Do I need to cast Zone of Truth on him, guys?
Oh God, no. And Reza walks out of the whatever it is to go stand by Garrett in Golderblatt. Golderbald.
Golderbald. God knows where that name came from. All right, I'm going to take a very brief moment just to quickly say thank you for the raid, the Dunderheads. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everyone. Again, apologies for not being able to greet you all as you came in. Welcome to our little corner of Twitch, our Dark Gothic campaign called Pariahs. From the makers of Golden
Gothic. There's a guide called Golden Balls, yeah.
I was kind of going down.
Called Norbert.
I was kind of going down the Frankish naming route, and those were the first two that caught my eyes. I'm like, fuck it, that's what they are. Yeah. So, but yeah, normally it's not. Quite easily. The best way for me to describe it is just to put in that. No, but again, thank you. I appreciate the follow. So yeah, welcome in. All right, back to Norbert and Goldebald, or Golden Balls as he's now fucking known as. God damn it. What's the response to the question? At this point, he lowers his hands, dusts off his jacket, and begins to glance.
As his demeanor totally changed now.
Absolutely,
He's not being defensive or.
No, he's just with a mutual acquaintance now having been mentioned. All tension is just leaves his body. Poor Goldo, on the other hand, doesn't have a clue what's going on. He's stood at the door, glancing.
Deer in the headlights.
Yeah, glancing into the building, seeing all the the doors that's been kicked in. He then glances outside into the rainy, dreary streets to see if he can escape. He's like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know why I accepted this job.
Reza puts like an arm around Golderbald and just pats him on the shoulder like, "Don't worry, dear. We'll take care of you." No, don't you worry. There's plenty of profit to be had here. If you have a family to feed, we'll take care of you.
Oh, all right. Sure, I appreciate it.
So, your meeting. I get you, you get me. How do we, how do we wish to conduct it?
Where would we find you?
Well, I wasn't going to say, you could find me in my nicely copper-plated hovel, until, of course, you flooded the damn thing. So, know of any decent taverns, inns? I mean, I know it's the Piker district. This place is an absolute shithole, but anything, anywhere around?
Oh, you don't want to stay in this district. It's a shithole.
Oh no, it truly is. It's awful.
I think, Garrett, it's somewhere nice for him to stay.
I hear there's somewhere quite nice in lower streets.
I mean, it's a hop, skip, and a jump away. It's not too far. Reasonable rates for a room. I don't really want to spend any more than 3 silver a night. That would be pushing it.
I've got a contact there. I think we can make it work.
Marvelous. Well, in that case, Bartholomew, Norbert, pleasure to make all of your acquaintance. Someone said Garrett, Gazar?
Yes. Garrett.
Pleasure. And the rest of you, who is this little feisty boy?
He goes to offer a hand towards you, Desmond, to shake.
Desmond will take his hand with the hand that's not holding the decanter, because he's been ready to spray him with water, basically, if he doesn't cooperate.
Just goes him back down the hole.
Oh. All right, you can put the stopper back on. I've not seen one of those in many, many years. Any chance you'll want to sell that at all?
Oh, no, it's far too useful.
Shame.
Well, if there's anything down there that you want, you should probably get it.
No, most of it was food. I had a book that I was reading to keep me entertained, but...
that's done now.
Yes, yeah. Never mind.
So Desmond's going to stop her the decanter and put it in his pocket, in his breast pocket. Oh, all right, well, He's looking back at everyone else, kind of disregarding Norbert at this point. He's just like, well, I suppose it was a success, and not in the way that I was really hoping.
No, but this was a really good idea, Desmond. Good on you.
Yes, well...
We should drown people more often.
I agree. It's honest. Apparently, it looks like it's more effective than fire, to be honest, which I'm surprised at.
As the receiving end, no, would not recommend. Pretty scary, having your lights extinguished and water pouring down from above. It's terrifying, to be honest with you. Absolutely terrifying.
So you're saying we should have poured fire down the hole?
Well, at least if it was fire, there was a chance I would have been able to, counter spell or throw up a barrier of some description. Which I was ready for. I just wasn't ready for the torrential fucking downpour.
This is really good feedback. Maybe we should start giving people like an after conversation survey or something. What do you think, Vanya?
I think that would, you learn lessons from things. So if something goes well, we need that feedback. And if something goes bad, we may not get feedback from that if they're dead. But
True.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yes,
Cypher
that's
could
very
get the
true. Very true.
feedback.
Yeah, we should think about that. Like, we have little forms ready to go with little pencils.
if you're gonna be around, she's talking to the mage. It's like, and you said you're a well-accomplished mage. Maybe,
Of course.
You could show me yours. Your talents. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then maybe teach me something.
Well, don't you worry, because what do they say? Success begins with a single step forward, and it sounds like you will take it boldly. So, by all means. That reminds me. Have you seen Salim recently? There's a few things that I would like to get together with him about.
I haven't seen him recently, but I do need to.
Yeah, we should really touch base with him at some point.
We
We've just
could
been so busy.
We could send him an invitation to come over and stay the night, have a good meal.
Could
Like
do.
a sleepover. Is that something that we're adding? So the survey, and now we're doing sleepovers.
I think they're two separate things, really.
A sleepover of crazy rogue mages. What could possibly go wrong?
It's a mini conference.
Oh my god.
That's how all magical conferences go.
I mean, you're not wrong.
We're gonna get drunk in a corner and cast it.
Yeah. So I can do fireball. Are you ready? Boom. Oh dear. That was not how I was anticipating that to go.
No, Desmond kind of scuppered you with the never-ending "I'm going to drown you."
Well, Yes, but the thing is, if they had got up and been like, yes, there is a gnome down there, I was just going to keep filling it.
You monster, I love it. Oh. So, with that, how do you want to... How do you envision closing this off?
Probably taking them back to the folly, and then being like, hand them over to like Yulia and be like, set this guy up with a room, and then Yulia be like, yep, boss, and then he'd be like, fuck.
All right.
And the only thing I'll say for Desmond is Desmond doesn't sleep. So if he knows that he has a room, he's just going to watch the door from the outside all night.
Reza is going to say goodnight to them all and head back to Rurik and Killian.
Okay. Garrett, anything in particular that you will be doing?
Not as such. I'm just going to go back to the folly. Work on my budding herb business.
Which is literally not what you would think it means. It's literally...
Yeah. You know, I'm going to need to know what what herbs you are growing. Yeah, update from... Don't worry about that. That's going to be a special one, Rayvon. That's going to be a special. I'm keeping that in my back pocket. Sorry, Garrett. Anything further?
No.
Yep, that's coming. Last but not least, Vanya.
Vanya is going to head back to the Folly with them and go to her room and kind of organize her contracts and try to figure out, which ones she's gonna place where and what they kind of mean, like, the power or the so she's gonna kind of sort through those, and then for the next day.
Real quick, I'm sorry if I may interject. When Vanya gets back to her room, don't sigh.
No, I'm just sighing at the bot because Talon came in with something earlier, and the bot's like, "No, whispers of racism." Like, no, bot, no, bot, please, no.
That's worse than butt spot.
That's terrible. God damn it. Anyway.
The darkness, a call for snacks pierces the night, and quotes of drowning silver etched into the city's grim history.
Oh, no. So, when Vanya goes into her room, there's a piece of paper sitting on her bed with a note from Reza that says, "Next time you want to go into my room, just ask. I have nothing to hide."
She reads the paper, and she folds it up, puts it in her desk, and thinks nothing of it, because she's like, I wasn't in there trying to find secrets, I was trying to find the book. So it doesn't really startle her that Reza knows, because she doesn't feel like she's done anything wrong, because that book has her name in it. And so after she has kind of done her contract things, she is going to rest, because the very next day she wants to follow up with Belle on how things are going with the antidote and her scheme.
So what we'll probably do is we'll pick up on the aftermath, or at least the conversations about all of this next session. We'll pick it up, in the next morning in the Folly. See what's occurred over the night, as with Desmond being the silent sentinel of the dark. And then probably from there, it looks like you guys have got a little bit of an errand to run into Malmstown.
Strike Force.
Strike Force! Reza, next session will be indisposed, as she will be with Rurik and Killian.
Mm-hmm.
So there will be no Reza next episode. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot to hit it on the head there, to be honest with you. Anything anyone wishes to bring forth before we close it out?
Well, I will say that Cacophony got it right with the call for snacks pierces the night, because when Reza gets hungry, she's very vocal about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, 99% of it, spot on. It's just the 1%, it's like, oh, that looks interesting, we'll eat that into the algorithm. Oh, all right. Fair enough. Never mind. Yeah. I dare say then with that. Bye, chat.
Good night, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
And see you next time on Pariahs.
Without fail. All right, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us for episode 46. Holy shit! Again, another episode where things went in completely different directions that the DM anticipates. Yeah, I will try and find someone to raid, so we'll have a look, see who's about. But before I do so, again, appreciate all the support, everyone. Thank you for your time. Talon, Twitch TV, thank you for the resub, my dude. Always appreciated. Mr. Staven, thank you for the follow. The Dunderheads, thank you for the raid. And of course, Jabizzle, I appreciate that follow. Yeah, we will be back on Saturday for the Asturian Chronicles, and on Sunday for episode 47 of Pariahs. So look forward to that. In fact, you know what? Let's Talon. Are you streaming Cyberpunk at all? Have you got back into that at all, or are you? Or have you sort of gave it a bit of a step back at the moment? In fact, what I'll probably do. Yes, but you moved it to. All right. That probably makes sense why I've not seen it. Good. Well, I'm glad that you're still going on with that, my dude. I am very much glad. I know that the time difference between us is a little ropey, but I will do my best and endeavour to try and drop by when I can. But yeah, with that, I'd probably best say we'll close things out. So I'm gonna hit this button here to the Pariahs ending, and yeah, let's go find someone to raid. So again, everyone, thank you as always for the support, and we'll see you very soon for more. I see a darker and darker styled stream. That looks pretty cool. Let's go over there and show Nat1RPG some support. So again, everyone, thank you very much. Let's go and continue elsewhere with Nat1RPG. They're on session 48 of their D&D campaign. Ta-ta for now.